of the conference, along with Dr. John McIntyre from Georgia Tech Cyber. Pleased to have you with us today in person as well as by Zoom from India and other countries. We're going to start our session pretty shortly. And with this brief remark, I would turn over now to my co-chair from Georgia Tech, Dr. John McIntyre.
Thank you, Annie, and welcome to day two. Mostly remote, welcome. We are here at the Academy of Medicine on the Georgia Institute of Technology campus in Atlanta, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce our first keynoter of day two of the event, a gentleman I've met at Georgia Tech when he visited last summer, Dr. Vijay Chandru, co-founder and founder and executive chairman of Strand Life Sciences in India, currently adjunct professor of biosystem science and engineering, executive advisor to the well-known Art Park of the Indian Institute of Science, specialized in operations research, AI and robotics at the AI and Robotics Tech Park. It's a pleasure to introduce him. He had a career also as a professor of engineering at Purdue University, and knows Georgia Tech very well. He's indeed a technology pioneer and a regular participant every year since 2006 at the World Economic Forum, and he has been recognized among the 50 pioneers of change by India Today, the India Today magazine. He is the embodiment of one of the takeaway of the first day of the event, which is to say that India is increasingly becoming a technology and innovatory power, not relying as much on its incredible achievements in IT outsourcing, but standing on its own as one of the world leader in producing new technologies, commercializable and also basic technologies with implications for science. So welcome. I hope you can hear us clearly, and it's good to see you. I hope,
Yeah, thank you, John and Annie. It's certainly my pleasure and privilege to be here and addressing the audience on day two of the conference. And I guess it's in the morning there, so I'll say good morning. But it's 7 in the evening here, 7:30 actually. But thank you for that nice introduction. I suppose I have about 25 minutes or so. Is that what just to be clear?
You do indeed.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let me see if I can get up my slides and we can jump right into it. I'm right in the middle of an extraordinary meeting also in India. It's called the Bangalore Tech Summit. It's sort of India's big tech event. We have about 5,000 participants, and it's a huge big show, and it's probably the first live conference that I've been in a couple of years. So it's I'm on a break from that. I'll have to get back to it after this call, but let me bring up my slides, and hopefully we should be all good. Are you able to see them, and is it in full screen mode now?
Yes, it's visible. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Great, thank you. So I like to use this wonderful picture of our garden campus and the university, the Indian Institute of Science, where I returned to India in 1992, and I've been on the faculty here since then. Initially in computer science, and then I think, as John described, I now do some of the work in the AI and robotics and bioengineering fields. And I'm also the founder of Strand Life Sciences, which is kind of India's first precision medicine company in genomics. And I'll say a little more about Strand as we go through some of the case studies. Very quickly, I think the excitement about unicorns of India, and by the definition of a unicorn is a $1 billion valuation. I think of these 108 unicorns, maybe only about 20% are actually listed on public markets, but the others are mainly have achieved the billion valuation primarily through private equity valuations, not so they're not tradable yet, but it does seem that it's a fairly substantive group of high value tech companies that have come up, and a lot of the momentum has actually been in the last 3-4 years, which in a way, the pandemic years, but has as the picture shows, a fair number of so 23 plus 44 plus 11 or so coming just in the last 3 years. And the interesting aspect is, of course, that one city sort of stands out, and Bengaluru being India's sort of unicorn capital, and with a range of successful sort of startups which have achieved this this valuation, and the domains have been e-tail, so e-commerce, fintech, and some internet software and services companies. But there are also some interesting new emerging companies around gaming and content and hospitality, etc. Right. So to give you a little more insight into Bengaluru's performance, I think about 44% of the unicorns in 2019 were from Bengaluru, and some of these were pretty strong brands. Flipkart, which now of course is a subsidiary of Walmart. There's Ola, which is the competitor to Uber, and so on. Byju's in e-learning, and Swiggy is a food delivery platform funded by Axel Partners, and has done really well, and so forth. Right, about 57% of the cumulative unicorn valuation just emanates from Bengaluru, and of the 23 unicorns announced this year, thus far, 11 are in Bangalore. So roughly maintaining that 45% kind of mark, and funding as well. Some of the larger sort of fundraisers and so on have been in these Bangalore-based tech startups. Well, what's so special about Bangalore? And and I think I'll just give you a very quick overview of just the city itself. I think just historically, and I'm a fifth generation Bangalorean, so I'm really kind of been familiar with the city right from childhood, I think. And so we were always told that the name in those days, the British, the anglicized version Bangalore, actually came from, derived from Bengaluru, which was in turn a colloquial version of Bendakale Uru, which means actually the town of boiled beans. So I used to, when I was a student at MIT, I used to tell people that I'm from the other bean towns, right? So just, but that was a bit of a romantic idea. I think the archaeologists have now found inscription stones and so on that date, Bangalore back to at least the 9th century. The name itself appears on some of the inscription stones, but there's certainly been activity since even the 8th century. The city has a population of about 13 million. It's India's 4th largest city by population. It's projected to grow to about 26 million in 10 years in population. So it will be one of the mega cities. It's well known for its concentration of talent. India, Bangalore probably has the highest science and tech technical talent, highest density possibly of PhDs and software engineers and so on. The science and tech academic research centers, well, my parent institute is sort of the mother node. We are a little over 100 years old, and the university has about close to 5,000 students, about 500 to 600 faculty now. But also it's science and tech, and we're building a medical school and introducing a new MD PhD program and so on. So a lot of that tech sort of culture in the city comes from the Indian Institute of Science, and spin-offs from the institute have been the Indian Space Research Organization, well known for its ability to now launch satellites and a very active program with with now missions to Mars and the Moon and manned space missions and so forth. We also have several high power higher education and research institutions. I've listed them. And the other phenomenon is that many of the international, multinational companies, tech companies, actually have their R&D centers in Bangalore. And at one point, I guess the Jack Welch Center at that GE used to run in Bangalore had about 2,500 PhDs, and actually it was a huge operation, and was actually generating a very, very large percentage of the patents and IP that GE held in those years. And because of the cooler climate and it being a garden city, it's always been attractive to international professionals, and of course its airport infrastructure and so on are coming up to par. I think there's still work there, but it's starting to look like a real modern city. I think one thing we have in common with Boston is bad drivers and wicked potholes. So I think that hopefully will get fixed pretty soon with the other infrastructure. Bad drivers, it might take a little bit longer, I think. Yeah, but along with all this excitement about unicorns, India is generally very, very buzzed in some sense, is buzzing with excitement about the entrepreneurial sort of energy that we see amongst the young people. It is a young country demographically, and so all kinds of new labels are being poetically licensed. So we have this notion of soonicorns, which are soon to be unicorns, and our financial papers, newspapers, and magazines are full of articles like these, identifying both the venture capital that is supporting. I see, amongst these this array of faces on this slide, at least a couple of young VCs from Bloom Ventures and Pi Ventures and so on, who've been, funding deep tech companies, startups. And again, as you see, the share of Bengaluru in Soonicorns is at about 43% or so. So that seems to be sort of the flavor of things in terms of all this tech startup excitement. I do want to point out one of the interesting phenomena here about these unicorns, and also in general about how tech in India has taken on a new confidence in subsets. I think John sort of referred to that, but let me give you something very specific. So I think India, just like the US did with the internet, I think India also has invested in creating public goods, which are, as our friend Nandan Nilekani, one of the founders of Infosys and later a politician, has pointed out, I think these are sort of basic rails for the public system, and how the entrepreneurs then can leverage these rails to build applications. And so like the internet, we've had something called the India Stack, which started out as the Unique ID project, where every citizen gets a unique ID. But the way that was constructed to be able to handle scale at 1.3 billion population, it has also a very unique architecture, and along with the India Stack was developed the payment interfaces, the unified payment interfaces, and now we're also getting health transaction interfaces for the universal healthcare aspirations of the country. But on the financial side, the adoption has, of course, been extraordinary. And India, in many ways, is internationally the leader in fintech operations, and consequently, the fintech unicorns have also had a very good run in India, and Bangalore has been kind of again a center of activity around that. Recently, a second infrastructure or public good that has been created is what we call the Open Network for Digital Commerce, and this actually will allow even small operators in retail to be able to leverage a public network and be able to transact commercially on the the IT infrastructure, and that'll be really interesting to see how that goes. And one anticipates that around healthcare as well and digital health, we should be seeing a lot of entrepreneurial success building on top of this India stack. So just wanted to bring out that there are some parallels between how tech giants have been created around the internet investments that were made in the US, and India is sort of going in that direction as well with the whole India stack approach. And again, there's some details about how the fintech unicorns are organized against payments and insurance and net banking, etc. But I will, in the interest of time, move on. I just wanted to do two quick case studies. One is the latest unicorn. It's a company called MallBio, which again, had its roots in our university. It was incubated as towards the development of a handheld PCR, and so it's sort of a Cepheid equivalent medtech device company, and it has recently acquired the unicorn status. It's actually the 108th unicorn. And it achieved this, with an investment from the Temasek Group from Singapore. And this is just a couple of pictures of the founders and the R&D lab in Bangalore that has builds these devices. These devices are both an extraction unit and a PCR, RT-PCR. They are battery operated and can actually be run in even smaller rural clinics and so forth, where power supply might be a bit of a challenge. So, and these really sort of took off during the pandemic, of course. There was a lot of expansion. And but I think now they have an installed base which allows them to introduce a lot of new tests through the installed base, and hence their valuation is holding. Just like to finish up with a quick note on the company that I built 22 years ago. I guess we founded Strand as India's sort of first genomics and bioinformatics group. And then about 10 years into our running, we began to look at actually building laboratories that could come into offering diagnostic services, and this has given Strand a position as sort of India's leading precision medicine solutions company. We also provide a lot of infrastructure and technology as solutions to the global markets, but within India, we also drive diagnostics. And just about late last year, so about a year back, India's largest industrial group, the Reliance Industries Limited, acquired an 80% stake in Strand Life Sciences, and the interesting impact of that acquisition was about a 4% rise in the ticker of Reliance, which of course, given a market cap of about 220 billion or so at that point, that was a unicorn impact of precision medicine in India. It's a different way of looking at this type of tech embedding in a larger sort of commercial enterprise that might be another direction in which we may see tech startups build value for the overall economy, even obviously, and success for the entrepreneurs. So just wanted to give you a flavor of all of these companies that have come together, the tech excitement, and the fact that there is a sense of innovation, invention, translation of research, and bringing all of this to have impact on local and global markets. So I think I've just about kept time. So thank you very much for the invitation, and look forward to staying in touch with all of you. Thank you. I'll stop sharing now. Thanks.
I think we may have time for some questions. Well, barely. So I noticed 9:25 is the ending time. So thank you so much for sharing these thoughts with us and for rebroadcast purposes. We let you go back to the Bengaluru summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Have a good day.
You too. Take care. We have a second session now, and Annie, I believe you are going to moderate that session, correct?
Hi. Rahul, are you there?
Yeah, Annie, I'm here. Am I audible?
Okay, good. Hari, you there?
Yes, Sunny. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. And Chris, are you there with us?
Yeah, good morning. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us from Indonesia and India. I'm pleased that we could connect with you and put this interesting session, which is titled as COVID's Lasting Impacts on the Global Supply Chain. And I guess you have your presentations with you, and you can play it if you want, Charles. Go ahead. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. Are you going to play your presentation?
Sure, if you want to go me first, hold on a second.
While you are doing that, let me request Rahul to start the session, because I believe he doesn't have any presentation. Rahul?
Yeah, I have send you one my slides. Should I share it? Or you
Is it 2 slides?
No, this is about 4 or 5 slides.
Okay, Logan, we have. What is the? Go ahead, Logan. Which one is this Rahul UIBS? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to start session again. COVID's lasting impacts on the global supply chain. Mr. Rahul Kumar is Managing Director of Lactalis, world's largest milk company, originally from France. And Rahul has a profound experience of being in this industry. Go ahead, Rahul.
Okay. So good morning to all. Chris, Hari, Annie, and everybody there. So I'll just go through, the little bit on the preamble on the COVID lockdown in India. After that, how this global as well as Indian economy, as well as supply chain was broken, and how we are recovering. So I'll just, go through very quickly on that. So first I would go to the first slide. If you can change the slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So very quickly, that what has happened, in India, it's such a big country with the 1.3 billion people. It was really, for all across the world, it was unprecedented event. But the lockdown was done in 4 hours time. Our Prime Minister, he declared a complete lockdown at 8 o'clock in the evening, and from 12 o'clock in the night, complete lockdown was there. So it was just, very harsh break on the total, economy as well activities, and huge, I would say, change the way, the lockdown was announced. And this has a very, very, severe, shock waves in terms of, economy, the job loss, and then buying power, lot of, migrants, in terms of, from the factories to factories were closed, the services were closed, so a lot of migration was there. And then government also took a lot of, initiative to feed the people who lost the job, and there was a huge issue in terms of, supply chain and logistics. So since the start of the lockdown, the government is feeding 800 million people the free ration. And when we say free ration, it is 5 kilos per month per person per month. You can understand the kind of, the economical burden on the government as well as the supply chain to ensure that the ration is reached to those people. So this is all, has happened. It's still the free ration is going on. And then you know about the fuel prices and all. So what I mean to say that is a lot of, shock was there. The entire supply chain was broken, and we had big issues in terms of, economy, and the GDP was down by 23% minus next year. And then after that, there was a recovery and all. So, but this has given a lot of learning, and that is also, that is the important part of our discussion today, that whether COVID, what is the lasting impact of the COVID, lockdown, of COVID incident. And you know that in India, the economy was liberalized in 1991, and after that it was basically linked with the global economy. So a lot of exports and then the import of the raw material. A lot of industries were created in India. It was automobile, it is electronics, it is so many things. Food processing and all. So this was basically, now we were the part of the global economic system. So it was a basically last 20-30 years. It was a very, very important part of the global economy, India, in terms of export and import both. And then dependency on the China or Taiwan or Korea or maybe some other country, there were more and more. A lot of industries were created here. A lot of import of the raw material and component and spares were done. It was a kind of very, very interdependent economy with the other side of the world. And that after this COVID lockdown, there was a huge issue with the China, and there was a stoppage of the business with China and all this thing. And in India, our 18% of the total import is from China. So there was a lot of issues in terms of import of the goods as well as components, and this also affected a lot of industries. So now the issue is that now COVID is over. Now everything is back to normal as far as overall situation is concerned. So there is always two thought processes are going on for all across the world. Whether just because it is once in a 100-year incident, and it has reset our working of business and everything. Whether we should create everything considering that this has happened once in a 100 years, and now we are going to do everything totally different, or we look forward, and the way we were doing pre-COVID, it will go like that. So this is very, very important thing to understand, that what is our approach, what is our strategy, because this is not every decade or every 20 years these things come. This kind of thing never happened in our lifetime, and now we don't know what this kind of thing, where every country, every component of the global economy was affected, and it was a once in a century incident. But I would still say that this has given a reset to the the way we work. And that is what we are going to discuss, is what is the lasting impact of the COVID in supply chain. So this is really very, very important, and people have changed. It's not that people have forgotten or they are not going to consider this what they are doing, and they will again come back to the previous this thing, because this is given some kind of learning to us. So this is what I wanted to just highlight. We had huge issues in terms of unemployment. After COVID lockdown, about 110 million people, they have lost their job. 110 million people, because of the factory closure, and services were down, and restaurants were closed, and transportation was down. So these people have lost the job. And then what has happened? This has led to huge migration, because those people were come from the villages or some other far away distances to the to metro cities. They've gone back to their home, and now they started to think that why to go back now? Why don't do they something at the local level, at their native place? And this has created a lot of change in terms of the way. Still, we have a labor shortage. People have not come back. They thought that let me do something at my home. When something has happened like this, I don't have this kind of inconvenience. So people have started, whether it's a local, some factories they have attended, or they have gone into agriculture, or they want to become more localized, other than going to some metro cities and all. This has changed a little bit on the mindset of the people. Can we go to the second next slide, please? Yeah, and this is what if you I'm just taking very generic view of the major sector what was affected, and basically it's very important for Indian economy. We have a very big auto sector, automobile sector, which is 7.5% of India GDP, and this has really this was really affected. This sector was mostly affected, and you can understand that because of this stoppage of supply chain and all this thing, still India has not recovered in this sector. Our 2022 where all the sectors have grown from last year, or maybe because of COVID there was degrowth, and now they have grown. Like food sector in dairy, what I am working now, it was down by 20% last year, but today this year we are up by 22%. So we have recovered the degrowth. But in auto sector, because of the huge supply chain issues, we have a still 4.5% degrowth in auto sector, even in 2022, because the semiconductor is not available. Now, we were totally dependent on China or some other countries for semiconductor, which is used for auto, but it was broken. The supply chain was broken. Still, we don't have that availability of the semiconductor. So this has really impacted. So how it is impacted after post-COVID or this thing? Now people are started thinking to make semiconductor in the country. I will come to that after some time. Same with the electronic goods. I will not go into more details, but this is also a very big sector in India, and we had big issues on that. So all these things are basically top two are suggesting that why don't we have our own manufacturing here? So we are talking about self-dependence in India, what we call in Hindi Atmanirbhar Bharat, so that all the components are made in India, and there's a lot of government support and everything is given. Same with the gems and jewelry. Why I have taken gems and jewelry? Because this is basically a very, very labor-oriented job. We have India has a highest diamond cutting industry. We are the largest diamond cutting industry, just because of we have very, very skilled manpower, which is all manual, is done in India. Now this has, because of migration, a lot of people have gone back to their own states, and that this has really hit this industry also. Same with the IT. IT is now coming back, but it has a lot of other effect after COVID about the the way we work. The travel was restricted, so there was a lot of damage on this industry. Now it is coming up, and then the way we work, work from home has still even today also 50% or 60% of IT industry is still working from home. Now it's slowly is opening, but still this has impacted very big thing after lockdown. So these are the lasting impact of the COVID. Even the situation is becoming normal. The next slide, please. Yeah. I have just identified to the core of our discussion that so what is the lasting impact on global supply chain? Of course, we know that's production disruption. We have huge production disruption, and whether we are working in one country or several countries, that there is still this is being felt, whether it's automobile or maybe some components, this is there, and this is because your import dependence, it has lead to habit or maybe strategy to have high inventory, because that is what has happened when there was a huge supply chain issues. People started to keep high inventory, though even that was not possible because of several other restrictions. But people have now started thinking to have high inventory. When we are talking high inventory, we are talking about more cost, more warehouse, more working capital. So this is really a lasting impact on global supply chain, where people would like to have high inventory just to take care of that. Yeah.
Are you through with your presentation on this slide?
Yeah, I will finish in 5 minutes if you have. We have 5 minutes.
Okay. Can we wrap it up in 2 minutes?
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that.
All right. Thanks.
So I'll not go through each and every details, but this is what the global labor migration, as I've told about that. Alternative employment, what we're talking about. Unemployment, is still there, closure of business. And one good thing has happened, which has a global supply chain, in fact, that our agriculture performance has gone better and better. Today, our agriculture exports are 25% more than what we used to have last year or the year before that. Major Make in India is a major push. So lot of issues are there. Means in lot of initiatives are there. Multitasking has become a norm, which is very important. Ford and 3M like company, they have started manufacturing something which was not there in their portfolio, like ventilators and all. And so this is what major boom has come in e-commerce because of lockdown. In India, because of e-commerce, because of home delivery system, lot of demand of e-vehicles have generated. Consumer behavior has changed because of this thing. This has also affected the global supply chain locally or internationally, where people are more and more dependent on e-commerce. Can I go to next slide, please? Yeah, this I have largely covered. It is only auto sector where we have Government of India has done a very good production linked incentive in place of many sectors like electronics, chemical, and food to encourage the local production. Next slide, please. This is success story I wanted to mention, that in spite of all the constraints, all the supply chain constraints, India has done a remarkable job in vaccination. So there is a lot of good thing what has happened. Like India has done 2 billion vaccination, and they have already supplied 230 million vaccination outside the world. So that this is a very really good performance in spite of when talking about supply chain challenge. But this is a clear best example of how to overcome that India has done with 2 billion vaccination. Next, please. So just learning and way forward, and we saw that last presentation where we are talking about a unicorn, about the digital payment. So we have self-reliance, and this is also give us thought whether we are moving towards deglobalization. 30 years was our globalization. Now we are talking about deglobalization. We are want to do everything locally. Lot of efficient supply chain and demand planning models have come. So this is also a lasting impact on the supply chain. Technology transfers are happening more and more to decentralize the production center. This is all we have seen. New business process, a new way of working, cloud communication. This has become a kind of post-COVID or post-supply all these things. Omni-channel distribution model. This is also very important in India or all across, where not only one distribution model, omni-channel distribution. Automation and IT, in supply chain, I see a lot of automation and IT intervention to have a proper supply chain planning and logistics and all these things. And India, the biggest, it is not just linked with the supply chain, but the biggest improvement is India digital payment. This is phenomenal, where we have about 8 billion transaction and this thing, and lot of e-commerce. Even a small street vendor is using now digital payment, what Mr. Vijay was mentioning. So this is what I just wanted to highlight on that. Thank you very much.
Rahul. Thanks a lot, Rahul. We will come back to your presentation. You covered a lot of points of high importance, and I will get back to you on some questions. And let me invite Chris for his presentation. Chris?
Yeah, will you show it or you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Can you see it?
Please share your screen.
Yeah, I do already.
Okay.
Can you see it?
No,
Okay.
Logan, can you? Okay.
I mean, otherwise I actually sent the copy, right? So does Logan have it?
Logan, you have? No, it should be there. Yeah, 1 second.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. Is that the one?
Well, I just put, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see, now I can just see my screen. So it basically has a little ship on the left-hand bottom side.
Okay, can you see it now?
Well, I'm looking at my screen, so
No, we can.
it says transition from COVID to
Yeah,
new
okay, go
normal.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be again part of the UIABS. And again about supply chain, talking about the lasting impact of COVID. So COVID definitely had impacted supply chain in almost an unprecedented way, an unprecedented force. More than 75–80% of the businesses globally were negatively impacted in doing business, and it became almost unpredictable at some stage to execute business. It was also clear that business wasn't really prepared because the supply chain structure didn't really allow for such interruptions of that size, of that magnitude, and also because the supply chain was really still geared to just-in-time delivery, focused on actually reducing the lead time and to provide it at the lowest possible cost, right? Many businesses had kind of single source dependency, which limited their ability to adapt to the new situation. Business was not prepared, and most enterprises had to learn hard and expensive lessons. So lasting in the impact that the supply chain definitely will not return or is anticipated not to return to pre-COVID status. The transition though, we would, or most people will see as gradual, not immediate. First of all, it's too early. Not everything is quite clear right now on how it will shape up. So if you look at China, China still have lockdowns here and there. Many of the businesses are still in crisis mode. So it wouldn't be really practical to go into a completely new operation mode. There are also differences between industries on how they were affected and how long it takes them to recover. So if you look at aerospace and automotive, they are assumed to take longer to recover compared to, by example, maybe a healthcare or a food supply business. So in the intermediate phase to the new normals, it is anticipated that companies will primarily focus on assessing their crisis scenario and business continuity plan. They will closely watch their tier 1 suppliers, looking at strengthening their supplier network, look at maybe more locally and regional suppliers. Automation and digitalization is actually nothing new, but it has now become or got a new urgency to really push it and look at new and alternative distribution channels. So generally, I think the focus is presently on stabilizing the business and adapting to the changes. And just to give you a sample, you can see at the bottom how long it actually takes to recover from an event like this. You have there over a period of 2 years what's happening to the shipping market. And the shipping market is actually not expected to fully recover until 2024. So that's still at least 1.5 years to go. In terms of, by example, reliability of schedules, which was over 80% at COVID, and is today still only at about 35–45%. Transit times, delivery times are still too long. And pre-COVID ports in the US and Europe are still partially congested. And while the prices have come down, they're still almost double than pre-COVID. Next slide, please. So what happens once this is stabilized? Then obviously businesses will be able to move to optimize and improve into the new normal. Following are some key points, and there's certainly more than the ones I've listed here, which we expect to be changing for good and definitely going forward. This represents basically the lasting effect of COVID on the supply chain. By far the biggest point will be resilience, right? Organizations will have to go back and reimagine their architecture of the supply chain. Today, very few businesses look most likely beyond the tier 1 suppliers, right? So supply chains will have to have a look much further upstream and incorporate more layers into their consideration when they source a product, when they manage the stocking of products around the globe. Organizations will have to look at moving from single into dual or multiple sourcing, and definitely mix what they do today globally, regionally and locally. I give you a good example here. If you look at, by example, ingredients for many of the pharmaceutical final products, almost come entirely from China, right? So it's not just actually an issue for the business, but it's also an issue for the security in governments, and Rahul pointed to it. And you can expect not just changes in business, but you can expect also regulatory changes where government said this cannot happen again. We will need to have the safety and security of these products, so we will probably have to move some of the production back home, right? And we can see companies already looking at that and executing moves to alternative and complementary sources, such as in Asia, moving from China into Vietnam, India, or Indonesia. All these countries are actively promoting themselves at the present to suppliers around the world and to manufacturers. Bring back home some of this production to the US, Europe, or as Rahul pointed out, even India is thinking about this, or into the closer neighborhoods, right? It requires actually a complete new strategy. So just shifting production from one place to another won't do it. It needs, like I said, a complete new strategy. And you're not just moving the production, you're moving almost an entire environment, and I pointed to the tiers, right? You can, of course, move your tier 1 supplier. What happens to the supplier into your tier 1 suppliers? You have to consider that. So supply chain will be reshaping themselves around resilience with more diversified manufacturing and definitely multiple sources of supply. The second one is the visibility, which has to be created and has to be better in order to provide better disruption responses by the organization. Many businesses did not have the visibility of their supply chain, and it took them days, in some cases weeks, to get the full picture of what's going on. So these organizations will be forced to supply or to simulate some scenarios to be included in their future emergency plans, something they probably didn't have thought about it. We also see that the supply chain will become something of a little bit more from moving away from linear one after the other into a more integrated supply chain with many players connected with each other. Think about the various tier suppliers, think about the logistics suppliers in the supply chain, and they need to be more networked. The third part is costs, right? Organizations will have to look and try to extract costs from their supply chain, free up money, which, by the way, they should immediately invest in technology. The companies need to understand the true cost of serving through these new channels which they create, which requires a lot of details and depth of data, which is very important. Once you analyze your business, you have to know your cost drivers. What is the true customer demand, which is probably very, very difficult. We've seen that, right? People couldn't buy enough furniture, and when the market or COVID was down and people went back to the office, nobody wanted furniture, and the Amazons and Walmarts are now full of warehouses with furniture. So it's a very difficult thing for forecast customer demand. Look at service levels and value density, both by product type and SQA, and not so much by value actually. Look at potential rationalization of your SQs. Look at the procurement spend, look at your logistic optimization. Can I optimize my logistic? And all of this needs the support from technology, be that the Internet of Things, further automation. I can think of automation in warehouses, production, robotics in productions. And just to give you a sample, I mean, many retailers in Europe and the US were very quickly to really scale up their online platforms for customers to buy. But hardly anybody thought about the additional costs, right? So a good example is Tesco in the US, in the UK, which was successful in delivering to home, but had a huge additional costs on their books for making those home deliveries, which they just didn't budgeted or considered. So this needs to be talked about. Not least, people need to think about the workforce. Configuring post-coronavirus workplaces is likely to take some time. For remote working, you can't just rely on what happened during COVID. You really need information systems which will be robust and capable of supporting a distributed workforce and providing them access to the appropriate data and system. Again, supply chain leader will need to think about how to best manage and motivate and develop the workforce in this new environment, and certainly rescale the workforce for, by example, the digital age, so that people really understand what is required. Circular economy is not something particular
Chris?
to, yes, 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Circular economy is nothing new, but people need to really think about ways to create and product and manufacture goods where they can re-engineer or reuse the waste, create agility and growth opportunities through the digital supply chain. Has to be end-to-end, right? It cannot just be in your four walls. It has to be all-inclusive, needs to be connected to supply chain technology, including planning, procurement, manufacturing, logistic, beyond the four walls. So it's not too digital. It actually has to be digital, right? Collaboration, I have here, innovation, not least also, maybe also the public sector and government needs to think about investing in infrastructure for the future. So to summarize, COVID has a lasting effect. Significantly changes will come in the supply chain. Some start to emerge, others will still have to come to light. It will be a gradual process. It won't change overnight, but definitely the supply chain needs to be more resilient. It needs to be more flexible and needs to be more robust. Now, one positive thing on this whole thing is if you are in supply chain, you're a supply chain manager or engaged in it, the good news is that you and your role has just become a whole lot more important to any organization and to your board. So I hope that has given you some insight of what is coming and what is expected to come in terms of supply chain. And I'm really looking forward to look at this in a year from now and see what has materialized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Very interesting. I will come back to your presentation after we hear from Hari. Hari?
Thanks, Sunny. Will you be loading it there or should I share it here?
Okay, Logan. Okay, can you
I can share it here,
yeah?
Yeah. Just let me know if you can see it, huh?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to try to stay very much on time, Annie. So I'm going to focus on just a couple of major global issues that have affected the supply chain over the past, let's say, 2 years since COVID. To begin with, you have COVID juxtaposed with the war in Ukraine now, more recently. And both of these are what you would call or what you would categorize as black swan events, right? Things we were not prepared for, things the global economy is still struggling with. So it's not easy for the world to get back on this. And like Chris also showed us, logistics costs, shipping costs have been hit so hard that they will not recover at least till 2024, right? So with COVID, we had a lot of reduction in production, in energy demand. You also had a reduction in emissions, so less pollution. And something that Rahul also spoke about in India and in a lot of the developing world, especially, you had a lot of digitization, right? A lot more of an online economy. Now, a lot of that has changed over the past year because of the war in Ukraine. Prices of food products, of energy products has increased. Yeah. And you also have producers, countries that are generally energy run economies like Russia, benefiting in some way from the rise in energy prices. And you also have food exporting companies benefiting in some way from the rise in food prices. But overall, economies have been hit so hard that, as you can see in the graph at the bottom here, most major economies, GDPs have been revised after the war in Ukraine began in Feb till today by anywhere from, Canada, which has been affected the least in this graph, to Italy, which is minus 2.1 because of this war. Yeah. So the overall impact of both of these black swan events has been negative on the global economy. Yeah. Now, specifically looking at energy, right? You have a big drop in energy trade and also energy prices during COVID. There's a very light red line around the end of 2019, between 2020 there. And you can see everything dropping off. But immediately after that, because of what we just discussed about the war in Ukraine, energy prices and energy trade has also increased quite a bit. So all of this data is either from the IMF or from UNCTAD, right? The UN Conference on Trade. So the graph on the top left here actually doesn't look at values. It's looking at quantities. So it's not just the prices that have risen, but the global trade in fossil fuels today is higher than it has ever been, right? And besides coal, natural gas and petroleum have seen a little bit of a drop. So it's coming back to about pre-COVID levels in 2019, 2018. Coal has risen quite a bit. But also renewable energies is something we have to continue looking at. Yeah, that's why we have the graph at the bottom here. So in 2021, you have so much sustainable funds and sustainable investment. And a lot of this is also based on the promise of renewable energies. And I'll get to that a little bit towards the end. But renewable energies is not something we're looking at only because it's good for the planet. Of course, that is important. But more importantly, it gives countries energy independence, especially countries like India, which import and consume a lot of energy, right? So shipping, I'm not going to go too much into this because Chris covered a lot of ground on shipping and logistics. But you definitely have a new normal. Yeah. And as we see in this IMF graph on the left, prices rose so much that it went to 10x, by the end of 2021, right? So that has come down quite a bit. So in 2022, if you can see the graph on the right, the price of shipping with this ClarkSea index from a average of 100 that it began with, it has gone down, gone back up, and now in November, come back to 94. So just below what we began 2022 with. Yeah, but that is still about, let's say, roughly 3 to 4 times shipping prices from pre-COVID, right? And one thing that does is it knocks off a huge amount of smaller and medium-sized companies which are no longer competitive. And they don't have any other choice but to reorder supply chains, either within their countries or literally close down or look at cheaper options elsewhere, right? Now, this is the last graph that I have on FDI. So overall, I think globalization is still here to stay. I don't think we're going into a totally de-globalized world. And that's also because of the two things we've seen above on COVID and the war in Ukraine. Countries are no longer as independent as they once were. Yeah, and it's very hard to de-link yourself from some of these supply chains. Yeah. Just one thing on the FDI into China and India. Now, there has been a lot of narrative, especially in India, about how investment is moving away from China. Even here, we spoke a little bit about it, and going into India. But if you look at the numbers, that's not what the numbers tell you. Yeah. So the UN and official numbers taken from the Indian government show that FDI in India has decreased from 2020 to 2021. And in the same time, it has increased quite a bit in China, right? That brings me to one important fact while I conclude on China. I am not too sure that this narrative of moving supply chains out of China is really something that's happened or is going to happen right now. And even if it does, it may be more because of the reasons that Chris outlined, related to logistics costs, related to, moving your production to other countries, to, let's say, a more integrated supply chain that covers not only China, but let's say East Asia and Southeast Asia, right? Or even Asia as a whole. So I'm not too sure that we're actually seeing that now, and I don't know if we're going to see that too much in the future as well. Yeah, but to summarize a couple of things. We have a lot of volatility because of COVID and the war in Ukraine, but a lot of balance as well. So we had a big global slowdown with COVID, but we've also had quite a strong post-COVID economic recovery. Low commodity prices during COVID have resulted now in extremely high commodity prices with the war in Ukraine. I think more than anything, energy is what we're going to see disrupted as a supply chain issue over the next 2-3 years. I don't think the war in Ukraine is going to end anytime soon. And even if it does, I think China as a global energy player and Russia as a global energy supplier are going to become more important in the next 2 years. If Europe manages to de-link itself from Russia as an energy supplier, that will make a big difference and allow a little more space for other countries. And overall, I think the biggest benefit here, because of all these supply chain disruptions, is services, is technology and data. Yeah, because a lot of merchandise trade and production is just no longer viable. And I think we're going to see a lot more services, and maybe countries like India can benefit from that in the future. Okay, that's my time, Ani. Thanks.
Thank you. Very interesting. So, of course, this topic is of great importance today. And I'll start with Chris. Chris, you are managing a shipping company from Indonesia, which is of Chinese origin. Let's say we are sitting in 2023, a year from now. What would be your prediction in 2023 November about the global supply chain issues which you all have highlighted?
Thanks, Ani. I probably would see it somewhere between the present intermediate stage and certain companies, certain industries having maybe moved faster than others because they have to, or it's just in their nature to move fast into a new supply chain, right? Partially diversifying their sourcing, right? Simply because they cannot afford or don't want to experience another COVID. Even though if you look, and I share maybe a little bit with Hari, if you move your supply chain into different sources, if you have another COVID, which was actually global, then you would still probably be almost impacted the same way. But nevertheless, I would see companies moving. I can see already now companies looking at countries like Indonesia, India, or Vietnam as alternative, not as a replacement, but as an additional source. Maybe that's the proper way to say, in terms of production and sourcing, right? Versus if they have just been solely in China, then they will definitely look at maybe some alternative additional places to do. The other thing I see which will move probably faster is technology, right? Digitalization, by example, was something which was there before. It has been driven probably at extremely high speed during COVID and will probably not stop. That company will really push on that. to automate more and to digitalize more. So that's maybe
I see.
two of the key issues I see changing and going into the direction I pointed out.
Right. Thank you. Rahul, a question to you.
Yeah.
You run a very large milk company, dairy company. What do you think how we can handle the food related issues, the grain related issues, agriculture productions which are creeping up?
I have a different, view on that, because if you see that, the agriculture output in India is increased. In fact, this is the only sector which has performed very well during COVID and after that also. That's one. But I have a, very, very unique, I could see that, one change has done. In the dairy industry, there are two very major things have happened, and which we have also experienced. One is that the behavior of the people to shift to some of the products like paneer, which is cottage cheese in India, the consumption has gone too big, because people have, they think that it's a healthy product and all the things. Probiotic drinks and probiotic, dairy products, they have gone, consumption has gone very high. And second, a big change which has happened, which I see in food or as well as in milk also, the e-commerce, like, home deliveries of that. It has gone phenomenal. If you see the in India, the way people are now, getting the food or milk or dairy products in India by e-commerce, home delivered, it is for us also, it is about 3 times growth than what we were having pre-COVID. People and the supply chain has been, has been established to even deliver ice cream at the proper temperature at home in 20 minutes. And people are, claiming that, everything is possible to deliver in 20 minutes. So these two things, and one is
Right.
distribution and one is the product, I think is big change.
Right. Thank you. And Hari, and quickly in 30 seconds, when do you think you envisage that we will be able to overcome this energy challenge which all of you have highlighted? Hari, you there?
Yes, honestly, I don't think it's something we can overcome. I think it's just how different countries adapt to a new energy order. India will probably benefit in some way because it's going to continue to be one of the biggest importers, and will have more to choose from when Russia, has less space in the energy supply market.
Right.
So I think it depends on the countries and how they adapt.
Right. Well, with this, I would like to thank all of you in India and Indonesia and look forward to meeting you again next year and talk about the same issue. Thank
Hope
you.
so.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Annie.
you,
Thanks,
Annie.
everyone. See you
Thanks.
guys.
Thank
And
you.
with this, we are moving to our next session, which is session number 3, which Dr. McIntyre is moderating. So I request Dr. McIntyre and Dr. Dennis Lockhart, who is a distinguished professor of the practice at the Samnon School, and Dr. Daniel Wegley and Dr. Alexander Ottel to please come on the stage. Thank you. Here we go.
Welcome to session 3 of day 2. Particularly welcome to our remote audience, which is the bulk of our attendees this morning, and welcome to our distant audience in India, among others. I'm John McIntyre. You've met me the first day. It's a pleasure to be here with 3 colleagues who have generously given of their time to partake some of their research, some of their wisdom, and to tell us about some of their activities as they relate to the themes of the event. I'm here to introduce them and question them. We have about an hour and about 15 minutes. So I hope there will be questions from the remote audience and also from the panelists themselves. The first person to present is Dennis Lockhart, and many of you know Dennis. Is certainly familiar to many of us in the Southeastern region. He's currently a distinguished professor of the practice at the Sam Nunn School of International Affairs at Georgia Tech, and past president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. As such, he has served on the Federal Open Market Committee. During his tenure, he really was a witness at close range to several financial crises, including the Great Recession, and watched several years of recovery post-Great Recession. He retired in 2017 and joined academia. He's also quite involved at Georgetown and Johns Hopkins. So Dennis, we'll turn it over to you for some general remarks.
Am I coming through? I don't think it's working. Testing. Yeah, this is fine. Well, the subject is the impact of the US dollar on the global economy, which is, of course, a very important subject currently because of the rise in the dollar's exchange value this year. So what I thought I would do is first start with some context about the dollar's role in the U.S. economy in general, whether it's now or in past years and no doubt into the future, and talk about some recent developments, and then make some statements on what are those impacts. And Dan, you're going to ask questions, so we'll have a dialogue afterwards. Okay. I'll try not to be too long in doing this, but I know most of you are familiar with the core financial role that the US dollar plays, but it's worth sort of detailing some of the different dimensions of that role. First, as a reserve currency, the US dollar currently, or at least the most recent data I've seen, accounts for about 59% of reserve currency holdings of sovereigns of countries around the world. If I were to give this talk 5 or 10 years ago, the number would have been slightly above 60%, 62, 61%. So you can see that the role of the dollar as a reserve currency is very, very gradually diminishing, but it's not moving quickly. And there's been much discussion about whether somehow the dollar will lose its position in the global financial system. It doesn't appear to be happening, at least as measured by reserve currency status. It is the major invoicing currency for international trade, including many second and third countries that have nothing to do with the United States, but still will invoice in US dollars. It is the major currency for investment flows around the world, and therefore it's over 90% of transactions in foreign exchange markets involve the dollar as one of the currency pairs. The dollar also is the currency of denomination of many commodity contracts, including futures contracts, particularly in oil and gas. There are offshore dollar debt markets in a number of countries, and the health of those markets is a concern of U.S. Officials, including the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve maintains, I think, something like 13 or 14 swap arrangements with central banks in order to provide dollar liquidity to offshore dollar markets that are not affecting the U.S. economy per se, but are part of a dollar system around the world. The U.S. Treasury is the foundation currency of the global financial system. It is the so-called risk-free rate. One wonders from time to time when we have a a debt ceiling crisis, whether it's going to continue to be the risk-free rate, or whether it's risk-free, but nonetheless, it is the risk-free rate, and therefore it's the reference rate in some financial contracts and the reference rate for determining spreads of risky assets versus the U.S. Treasury. Why does the dollar play this role? Well, first, U.S. economy has historically been the largest economy as measured by GDP in the world. It continues to, by some measures at least, to be the largest economy in the world. The rule of law and the depth of capital markets make the dollar sort of by default about the only game in town relative to other currencies. Some have rule of law, but their capital markets are not deep. So as long as US dollar capital markets remain the deepest and most liquid in the world, the US dollar is going to be important. I've been asked many times whether the dollar is going to lose its status. It is a subject of concern by on the part of the public. And my answer has been probably gradually we will see the composition of foreign currency reserves around the world become more diversified, particularly as other currencies deepen their capital markets and maybe their economies grow, so their currencies can be used internationally more. But that will be a very gradual process, and I don't consider it an unhealthy process at all. So if you roll the film forward 30 years, 25, 30 years, the dollar might at that time be 40 to 45% of foreign currency reserves, down from today's round numbers 60%. And we'll see other currencies that will be held by sovereigns as reserve currencies. Now, this last year or so has been a very interesting one. The US dollar exchange rate index is up 17% in 2022. So that's a substantial appreciation of the dollar. And of course, with that appreciation means the depreciation of all the other counterpart currencies that have seen conceivably their exports become more competitive, but their imports, and this is very important, have become much more expensive because of the dollar's role in invoicing and commodity trade and so forth. The sanctions regime that has been imposed on Russia as a result of the Ukraine war has sort of mixed results so far, but nonetheless is very clearly built around the financial system that is centered on the dollar. So you could argue or make a sweeping generalization that the US dollar is a centerpiece of the sanctions regime that has been imposed upon Russia. That, by the way, has for some years been an incentive for countries to try to diversify away from the dollar in their holdings. We saw in the case of Russia, I think $300 billion have been frozen. So the ability of the US government to require financial institutions, and of course the Federal Reserve, which holds the reserves of many countries, to freeze those assets is considered to be a very threatening development on the part of a country that was worried about access to its own assets, effectively its own dollar reserves. So the sanctions, the role of the dollar in sanctions is a controversial issue, and it seems to be pushing this diversification away from the dollar. But again, it's moving very slowly. The Federal Reserve has come very far, very fast in terms of the policy rate. So the rising rate environment in the US dollar has, in many respects, led a rising rate policy on the part of a number of other central banks around the country. So on a global basis, the cost of capital is rising. led by the dollar. And in order to maintain their foreign exchange position or whatever, other countries have had to respond by raising their rates. That, of course, can and in some cases already has led to recessionary conditions in certain economies. The rising US dollar interest rates have attracted capital. So there have been capital inflows on a net basis into the dollar and into US capital markets, simply because you can get paid more if you hold dollars and invest them in a particular instrument, of a rate paying instrument. There has been recently illiquidity in the U.S. Treasury market. This is a matter of some concerns being watched very carefully by the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Treasury, of course. And that has a number of causes, some of which are quite subtle causes. For example, as I read at least, Japan has been selling their holdings in U.S. treasuries, many of which are short-term denominated. So they're selling short-term treasuries in order to arrest the depreciation of the yen. So they're intervening in the markets to do that. That's just one example of a background to this illiquidity that has become a recent concern. Obviously, there's stress on emerging markets and their external financial arrangements, and some capital outflows out of emerging markets into the dollar as it's become more attractive as an investment currency. And that's putting pressure on both the debt servicing as well as the exchange rate of many emerging market countries. Having said that, this is not the crisis that we saw in the 80s or the 90s, or at least not an incipient version of that. And that's because over the last 20 years or more, many emerging markets have developed domestic bond markets and have financed government deficits using domestic currency and domestic bond markets. So the exposure to the US dollar world is not what it was in the 80s and 90s, but nonetheless, it's getting some attention as a potential systemic threat to the world financial system. Countries like China, and I would argue maybe if things continue to deteriorate with Saudi Arabia, but particularly China, are faced with this interesting dilemma, and that is they are highly entangled financially. And China's foreign currency reserves are 3.5 trillion, of which almost 60% are denominated in US dollars. So they're holding, around numbers, $2 trillion, while at the same time, notwithstanding last week's meeting with President Biden, U.S.-China relations continue to be more and more tense, and there's obviously an incentive out there to sort of distance yourself, if you're China, from the United States and dependence on the United States. But at the same time, they have no choice but to hold US dollars as their major reserve currency. And they're therefore highly invested in US dollar instruments. So this is a dilemma that countries face, that geopolitical tensions are one thing, financial practicalities are another thing. And then finally, there's been a rising concerns about systemic risk, a la 2008, whether something could happen, some shock could trigger a systemic crisis of some kind. I mentioned earlier the liquidity in the U.S. Treasury market, which is being watched very closely. But at the same time, in recent weeks, we've seen this mini crisis in the UK related to their pension fund holdings, the announcement by the short-lived administration of trusts, and the deterioration of the exchange value of the pound, which of course raises the cost of energy imports and other imports to the UK, putting them in a further recessionary kind of trend. So financial markets around the world are just keeping an eye on some of these smaller kinds of exposures that could trigger some kind of a broader financial crisis. So what are the impacts of these circumstances involving the US dollar on the rest of the world? And I'll be quick and run through these quickly. First, the cost of imports has risen for many countries simply because the dollar is more expensive. And in that would be the cost of energy. And the cost of energy is a sort of double whammy because the dollar has appreciated. And although there's been some volatility, overall, the cost of energy has risen because of the Ukraine war. So if you imagine yourself a country that has to pay for its oil and gas imports in US dollars, that's why it's a double whammy. You're getting hit both in the cost of the commodity and the cost of the currency that it takes to complete a contract. I mentioned debt crises. I put a question mark behind that. We have not seen a debt crisis yet, but it's a rising concern. That would be an emerging markets type debt crisis. The fear of a global recession, which in parochial terms, US terms, doesn't automatically mean the US will fall into recession, but certainly the context of a world economy has some influence on US economic activity. Capital flows, which can be very disruptive to countries, particularly when they come quickly and create pressure on exchange rates, and therefore some need conceivably to intervene to stabilize exchange rates. And then finally, the effect of sanctions on Russia. Russia's effectively been excluded from the US dollar system, or at least we've tried to do that. And the payment system and as I said earlier, some of their foreign currency reserves have been frozen. So it's really freezing out Russia from the US dollar system. So this has been a wild period in this last several months. And the role of the dollar in the global economy is certainly highlighted by the developments we've seen. So Dan, let me stop there and take it away with questions or comments.
Okay. Well, Johnny, do you have a question?
I'm going to defer to you because you have a prepared presentation, which sort of blends rather nicely. So either you present your prepared presentation or engage in a Q&A comment approach, either of the two.
You have a presentation.
So go ahead. Yeah.
It's not on the
And
strong
then
dollar.
may I suggest then that the macroeconomy questions be dedicated to the two of you after you have presented Daniel.
Okay. That sounds good. Can I get my
Yeah.
slides?
Yeah, it's being loaded.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And we are going to come back with lots of questions and hopefully answers after Daniel
I
has.
have some questions. I should write them down before.
Mine I've written down. So we'll defer to you and have you present.
Slides, yeah. Is there a clicker or? Okay. We're good.
I don't think anything.
I think it's, yeah. All right. Okay, so my talk is not going to be on the strong US dollar. I'm a financial economist, and so I think about corporate decisions and asset prices and asset markets. And what everyone is worried about right now is inflation and the Fed's response to that here in the US. And so I'll talk a little bit about inflation and then some, I think, interesting inflation related phenomena during COVID, what the Fed is attempting to do. And then since I focus on investments and investing, I'll talk a little bit about whether or not people should be trying to time the market. Okay, so as we all know, inflation in the US and globally is very high right now. In my lifetime, this is the highest inflation we've seen in the US. Headline reached almost 9%. We haven't seen inflation like this in 40 years. And on top of that, we've also had what I'm going to call hidden inflation, where we're not seeing prices move, but there's other costs due to these supply and demand imbalances. And this was a hot topic back in the summer of 2021, was this idea of skimpflation, where firms weren't changing prices, but they were putting out lower quality products. So you go to a restaurant to get a sandwich and say in 6 ounces of meat, they might give you 4 ounces of meat or something. On top of that, we had a lot of stockouts. So there's work by Cavello and Christoph looking at online merchant stockouts or products that are out of stock. Typically 10 to 15% of products are out of stock. In 2019, when COVID hit, we saw 40% of products were out of stock, as we all know, if you tried to buy something online. But even in 2021, we had this elevated stockouts, which if the product's not available, it doesn't matter what the price is. And then I have a little bit of work looking at some supply demand imbalances in the restaurant industry during 2021, looking at how long it takes for people to just get their food. So if you remember in 2021, there was a big labor shortage. So if you went to get a sandwich, it might take you 5 minutes longer than in a typical time. And my co-authors and I tried to quantify this cost, and we show that these increased wait times actually predict future price changes in the food away from home category. So why are we having this inflation and hidden inflation? I think there's some potential reasons. It's hard to nail down exact reasons. Obviously, we've had huge negative shocks to the supply chain, to the production of goods and services due to the spread of COVID and government response. We've had accommodative Fed policy. The Fed during COVID kept interest rates very low to help keep us out of an even more severe recession and boost the employment rate. And we also saw government stimulus. So some work by people at the Fed calculated the US government spent about 20% more in fiscal spending than what they would have in the absence of COVID. Canada was also about 20%, UK about 18%. Some countries like India and China, their spending didn't really deviate from projections. In this work, which is really hard to quantify, but they estimate about a 2.5 percentage point increase in excess inflation in the US due to this additional spending. But there's a lot of debate on the drivers here. Another commonly proposed reason for the inflation is that the job market in the US is really hot right now. If you look at the number of job openings per unemployed individual, it's a ratio of about 2. So there's tons of potential jobs out there for an unemployed person. What this is going to do is give workers some bargaining power. We've seen wage growth increase dramatically over the past year or so, although it does seem like there are some cracks forming in the job market, at least here in the US. A number of major companies have announced layoffs, both in the tech industry and outside. So Ford, Walmart, Robinhood, Redfin, across these industries have announced either freezing hiring or starting to lay off. Other signs of cracks, real wages are falling. So once you adjust for inflation, real wages are falling. And nominal wage growth has slowed down over the past few months. So here are some other factors or phenomena. We've talked a lot about the Russia-US invasion. So I'll kind of skip this. We saw gasoline prices increase dramatically, food prices increase. In Europe, the price of natural gas increased dramatically over the summer as countries in Europe built up their reserves of natural gas, although a lot of these prices have started to come down. Other reasons for why we've seen these dramatic price shifts is we've seen these huge shifts in what we're consuming over the past few years. So when COVID hit, we all just bought groceries and didn't really spend money on anything else. And as we've come out of COVID, we've shifted in the other direction. I think it's taken a lot of companies off guard. And if you tried to fly this past summer, I was flying to Europe for a conference, you'd spend hours in line because they didn't have enough employees there. So this can create some supply demand imbalances as well. Other sort of nuances to the inflation story is during COVID, we had this huge shift towards remote work for white collar jobs. And this has allowed people to live further from their employer. So there's some documented work on this donut effect where people are moving from inner cities to the suburbs. Also, I have some work showing that people are moving to places like Idaho and Texas, lower cost of living locations. And Redfin has done some work showing that places where people are moving to during COVID are also the places experiencing the highest rates of inflation. So Atlanta is a city that's experienced net in-migration during COVID, also some of the highest inflation during this period as well. So these are some kind of a walk down memory lane of some of the drivers of inflation. It seems like we've got some good news on inflation recently, that inflation hopefully is rolling over. Core and headline inflation were lower last month. Food and energy prices are falling. Supply chain issues seem to have moderated some. Shipping costs are down. There's way fewer ships outside of the LA port right now than there was previously, and wage growth has moderated some. So what is the Fed doing? The inflation is too high for them, so they're looking to hike interest rates to tame inflation, try to cool off the job market, especially. And for investors, what I think the big question is, how serious of a recession is the Fed going to induce and to get inflation back under control? And so the Bank of America did a survey of fund managers this past month, and they asked fund managers, what are you expecting to happen in 2023? And 92% of them said they predict stagflation. And 4 out of 5 expect some sort of a recession in 2023. So what's stagflation? It means high inflation and low GDP growth. That said, investors don't really expect the Fed to increase interest rates that much more. So about 100 basis points more. If we look at expected future paths based on future prices, we expect a peak Fed funds rate of about 500 percentage points. It's currently at the range is 375 to 400. And also investors, if you back it out of asset prices, are expecting relatively low inflation over the next 5 years. The expected average inflation is 2.3% here in the US, even though it's 8 or 9% currently. So it seems like investors expect the Fed to get inflation in line relatively quickly. Okay, so since I teach investments, I get asked, should you be speculating on what you think the Fed is going to do or what's going to happen in the economy? And my suggestion is probably not. I've done some research on individual investors and whether or not they're good at market timing. And the average individual investor has no idea what's going to happen. Their flows into and out of the market have no correlation with future market returns. There is a select group of individual investors that seem to be skilled. If you're one of them, do it, but most of us are not. And also, don't take huge positions. A lot of individual investors are overconfident in their ability, especially men. So there's some work from 2001 by Barber and Odin showing that men trade too much. They think they know what's going to happen in the market for different stocks, and it hurts your overall performance. Women also do the same thing, but it's not as drastic as for men. So to summarize, it seems likely we'll face some sort of economic contraction. Fund managers are predicting most of them are predicting a recession next year, and potentially some inflation over 2% for the next year or so. So what should you do as investors? I would suggest not speculating, focus more on risk management, make sure you're ready for some downside shocks that could potentially happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to basically break the presentations in 2 parts. This is the first part, the macro part, for both Danielle and Dennis, who have really set up some broad parameters and define and try to sort of forecast to some extent. But here to my right, we have a gentleman who has been involved in the Federal Reserve Open Committee. So I'm going to ask you, based on Danielle's work, how serious of a recession will the Fed induce? You used to chair one of the regional reserves. So how do you assess the current policy of the present reserve under the current president of the reserve, a political scientist, if I recall by training? I'm not sure, but I think I am
A banker by training.
a banker, but with a political science background. And given also some of Danielle's broad findings, what's
Well,
your sense?
First, you got to start with the point that we are not in a recession now, in all likelihood, not in a recession. Recessions are called by a committee after the fact. They look back and they evaluate a variety of different indicators, employment being one of the indicators. And then they say, well, from this period to this period, we were in a recession. So we won't really know officially until many, many months after the actual period. But so we're starting from a point of the broad economy is in all likelihood growing somewhat right now, and therefore we're not in a recession. So the question then becomes whether another 100 basis points of Fed tightening might induce a recession, or the inverse of that question is a soft landing still possible? Well, I would say that a soft landing is becoming less and less probable, and it's tied to the persistence of inflation. And Daniel mentioned the most recent news on inflation in the U.S. economy. I would say it's encouraging, but it's simply 1 month, and it's just way too early to claim that inflation has rolled over, or that the future is going to produce more good numbers that show inflation declining. So we're just going to have to wait and see. So if you can tell me what the inflation numbers will be in coming months, then I can give you some kind of an educated guess of whether the Fed's response to that is going to induce a recession. And I'll end on an important point, and that is there are recessions and there are recessions. There are short-lived, rather shallow recessions, parentheses. Unofficially, I think many Fed policymakers would accept that if that brought inflation down. And there are deep, severe, long-term or long-lived recessions. Clearly, they want to avoid the latter. So I a little bit jokingly say we should use a hurricane category kind of system on recessions. Is it a Cat 1 recession or a Cat 5 recession? And a mild recession, I think, has relatively high probability. The Fed, this is a nimble Fed. They will react quickly if they see things deteriorating badly. So I would put a lower probability on a deep recession.
So that, if I may, this is not a Paul Volcker Fed seeing rising rates as a necessary curative period to really ensure.
Well, the problem they're facing is not a Paul Volcker type problem. It's not inflation that is out of control or is accelerating rapidly into the teens, measured teens. Daniel cited some numbers. If you look under the hood, the most recent CPI core numbers, which excludes the effect of energy and food, was about 3.3%. That's a run rate that's getting close to something that's acceptable to the Fed. So I would characterize inflation at the moment as relatively plateaued at a level that is too high for the Federal Reserve to accept. But we're not seeing hyperinflation, and we're not seeing it get out of control. So a Volcker response is not necessarily needed under the current circumstances. Having said that, Jay Powell is channeling his Paul Volcker avatar or whatever.
That's what I thought. Please go ahead and provide your own view on that as well.
I want to ask on how important do you think financial conditions are to the Fed when they're making these decisions? Because when it seems like if Powell does something and then the markets react very positively, it's almost like he wants to come out and say, like, please don't react positively. Like, we need weaker financial conditions. If asset prices go up, that's going to hurt.
Well, financial conditions are where the rubber meet the road in terms of Fed policy actually affecting the real economy.
Yeah.
So financial conditions are extremely important. And in every meeting, there is some time devoted to a review of financial conditions and what has happened since the last meeting in terms of financial conditions. So the Fed recognizes it cannot control many financial conditions. The 10-year Treasury has gone from 420 to 370, 50 basis point decline in the last couple of weeks. So that has been an easing of financial conditions, which is not what the Fed really wants to see happen, but they can't control it. So financial conditions are very important. But as I said, the Fed doesn't have control over much more than short-term interest rates and just has to let the market be the market. The other thing I would say is policy is not set to necessarily, in a direct sense, create a certain specified set of financial conditions, and certainly not set to respond to the market in a tit-for-tat kind of way. The focus is really on conditions in the broad Main Street economy. And the financial conditions or the financial markets are the method of getting that medicine through to the patient.
There is a question. This thing doesn't seem to be working. There is a question that is a little away from the US economy, but has a direct impact on emerging economies, given the fact that a good part of this two-day event focused on India and other emerging economies. Fed rates have an impact on them. And I think, Dennis, you alluded to that. What's your expectations in terms of the double whammy effect on emerging economy? Are they likely to go into recession if they're not already, while the US sort of coasts along through a stagflation period?
Well, it's certainly not helpful if you're India or if you're another important emerging market to have US monetary policy making your challenges more severe. And this has been an issue that comes up from time to time, whether Federal Reserve policy should take into account its effect on the rest of the world. And I've gotten that question many times over the years, and my answer is not meant to sound harsh or heartless, but realistic. The Federal Reserve is a legal creature of US law and is by law to focus on the American domestic economy. And what that means is policy is not made to reduce pressure on India or reduce pressure on emerging markets. And in a very practical sense, everyone is on their own in the global economy. So policy is set to influence employment and inflation in the US domestic economy. The spillovers to emerging markets are just a collateral, a collateral effect, if you will, of US Fed policy. And, there's sympathy, but there's no way to really try to lessen the blow.
Do recessions in other countries help to potentially ease inflation here in the US as well, if it suppresses sort of global demand for?
Yeah, conceivably recessions in other countries can affect global demand, which should put downward pressure on those prices that are set on a global
Yeah.
basis, or that are tradable goods or tradable services and so forth. So yes, in that respect, the way the Fed tries to look at both net exports and global financial or economic conditions is what comes back to influence the U.S. domestic economic activity. And as you know, relative to some other countries, the U.S. is somewhat more insulated from global conditions because this is a more self-contained economy than major European economies, for example.
In the remaining in the remaining seconds, particularly turning to you, Daniel, I wanted to look at the paradox really of being on the cusp of stagflation, possibly. You indicated that as one of the predictions of, I think, a group of economists, one of the chosen forecasters you highlighted, and the paradox of an employment rate that is really quite good, and lack of market discipline, creating labor wage issues and plain old labor issues. How do you reconcile that? And when do you think the labor environment and some market discipline will be restored?
I think one theory that's been proposed is this idea of labor hoarding, where people, even if they're expecting a recession, they're holding on to their employees or continuing to hire, and say, if it's a soft recession, we'll just hold on to these employees so we don't have to bear the cost of losing them and then rehiring new people in the future. And there might be some truth to that story. So even if they expect a recession, they're going to continue to hire. But yeah, Dennis?
Yeah, and that I've heard anecdotally, and I think I suspect that the Federal Reserve is also hearing this from their contacts, that there's a lot of reluctance on the part of employers to lay people off because they're afraid they won't come back. They won't be able to get them back. That's different than in years past. And so the classic demand supply adjustment that can take place in an economy, in this case, the US economy, won't work quite so smoothly if there's wide fear that we're in a chronic tight labor market and you just can't afford to lose your employee base. So that's something relatively new. And I think it's a plausible case to be made that there are some structural forces at work in our labor markets. Demographics are simply a fact of, and in COVID, early retirements of baby boomers that have not come back to the labor market is one of the influences. And the older they get, the less likelihood they're going to come back. And so I think you can make a plausible argument that we're in an era now of tight labor markets that will last a long time.
Just a minor point on that. There is some work which should be taken with a grain of salt that over 1 million people are out of the labor market due to long COVID as well. So that's another potential factor.
But do government programs or government largesse have something to do with that? I mean, if you look at Europe, that's definitely a factor. In the US for a while, had some very generous benefits. Could it be one of the structural changes? But I don't think it's a lasting one in the case of the US.
Now, the fiscal stimulus, that money will run out, although household finances are in rather good condition. And that has certainly fueled the underlying consumer demand. which the Fed is trying to suppress, but trying to suppress it with consumers not in bad condition financially. Credit card debt is rising, so you're beginning to see the phenomenon we saw in 2008, 6, and 7, for example. But overall, the consumer still feels confident. There are a couple of things that influence consumer thinking in terms of spending money. One is job security. And if they're concerned about their actual job, then the likelihood of being able to find a job influences spending as well. So you have to look at this set of circumstances and say almost everyone who wants a job in the American economy has one. And if they're concerned that their particular company, it's Amazon or somebody, is going to lay them off, they're seeing 2-to-1 ratio of openings to unemployed. So the conditions are pretty optimistic in terms of retaining your income and your job security. So that's going to continue to put upward pressure on consumer demand, which has influence on the overall economy and on inflation.
So no expectations of a changing unemployment rate for the coming foreseeable year?
I think it will rise
somewhat.
But it will rise perhaps into the 4s.
Yeah.
If it rises above 5%, then I think the Fed will get concerned. They have a dual mandate, so they have 2 objectives. And I think the Federal Reserve would accept. In fact, people have said they would expect higher unemployment rate as part of a way of bringing inflation under control.
Well, thank you very much. This concludes the first part of the session, which was the macroeconomic part. Danielle, Dennis, immensely grateful for your insights and providing really some clarity in a very complicated interdependent situations with variables that seem to be going in different directions than the usually expected way they behave. Thank you so much. We're going to move to the second part of the presentation, which has a different set of emphasis with my colleague, Alex Odle, who is a professor of strategy and innovation and is the lead on the Creative Destruction Lab, the CDL, which is a global initiative coming out of the University of Toronto. It's a unique initiative, in fact, and it's particularly relevant to this event because we are focusing on global digital transformation and disruption. And you'll find that what Alex tells us about is a practical ground floor approach to really creating enterprise in various digital fields. So he has been working very hard for the past 2 years in implementing the creation of a pole or the creation of a node as part of the global CDL. By the way, one of the latest creation of a CDL is in Estonia, little Estonia, which has a high proclivity to create entrepreneurship. I am sure Alex will not have that problem in the southeastern United States or in Atlanta. So the floor is yours. He's a distinguished young colleague of mine, so it's a pleasure to have him here today.
Thanks, John. And good morning, good evening, everyone. This, this introduction to this program departs a little bit from, the talks we heard earlier within this session. But I think sort of ties together this this notion of how does one drive growth in an uncertain environment. This program, the Creative Destruction Lab, which you can see is very international at this, or quite international, 6 countries at this point, but has had great success in bringing very early stage science-based ventures to market on an international scale. And so the mission of the Creative Destruction Lab, or CDL for short, is quite ambitious and is nothing short of enhancing the commercialization of science. And so science is at its core, but for the improvement and the betterment of humankind. The earlier two talks, we heard a lot about sort of global uncertainty and how do we drive growth. Science has been one of the most important drivers of economic growth. Since the Second World War, there's been massive amounts of public funding flowing into sort of provisioning of academic science, and yet it is still quite difficult to commercialize that science. So, given that this entire conference, this entire workshop has a global focus, it's useful to start maybe with a picture of the globe. And so, picture the world. And picture, where the top research universities from all around the world lie, right? So we have, very strong, sort of Indian focus here. Think of it, the IITs, world-class applied science institutions. Think about the world-class universities in Singapore, in Japan, in Europe, throughout the United States. Here in Atlanta, we are home to 3 R1 research universities. If we expand our geography a little bit, that's 4 R1 universities, including the University of Georgia. And so we'd see a relatively sort of lumpy but even distribution of world-class research universities all around the world. When we talk about the commercialization of science, though, and we were to hone in on venture starts or venture births that are predicated on science, we'd see a much, sharper concentration, primarily in the Bay Area, Boston, and a few other locales. There's a very large disconnect between where science is being conducted, where science is being produced, and where it is being commercialized. Our belief, and this is the thesis of the lab, is that it's not that there are better ideas in Silicon Valley, right, or the Bay Area. It's not that there's inherently more capital either in Silicon Valley or the Bay Area, nor is it that individuals that reside in the Bay Area simply work harder. In fact, I have many friends that are former academics that have moved and worked at startups, and they're shocked that on Fridays at 5 o'clock, people stop working. They don't work through the weekend. And so what is it, that sort of explains this discrepancy again between where science is being produced and where it's being commercialized? Our belief is that there's a failure in the market for high quality judgment, that this is a critical input in helping early stage ventures discern how to scale. And there are very few regions in the world that have this judgment, this advice, this ability to allow early stage companies how to prioritize their time. That the Bay Area has in abundance, and that is what this program is meant to overcome. Let me start with an example. This is an example of judgment in Silicon Valley. Here we have an email that's it's an older email now, 1997, that more or less sort of sets up a business. Right? We have a number of assumptions listed out here. Cost per employees, et cetera. This seems to be an ad-based, sort of business. What the cost is will be per ad. What the costs are as well. This is, sort of university-driven business. These individuals appear to be at Stanford, right? What the costs of labor are: $100,000 for labor, programmers, faculty and consulting, et cetera. Sort of $500,000 to really get this venture off the ground. A few comments here in this side, right? Most people pulling 5% of their traffic, analysts saying it's a 30 to 40 million market. So, there's something going on in here in the margins. They then outline, the author of this email then outlines what the benefits would be to a potential acquirer. This is Excite. For anyone who remembers the old Wild West days of the internet, the early stages of the commercial internet, 94, 95, Excite was a very sort of prevalent search engine, Lycos being, sort of another one. I don't want to date myself too much, but I think we all remember, these older search engines, laying out, what the general business would be, right? Ad revenue increased by 10%. This guy Vinod here in the corner saying, well, maybe closer to 2 to 4%, but aggregates up to around a 7 million total gain in the first year, right? So $500,000 cost, $7 million gain in the first year to Excite. This seems like a pretty good, sort of break even decision, 1 month break even. Now, as one does potentially with these emails, lays out, this is thinking about how to pitch this particular technology, this particular business to Excite. What are the losses to Excite, right? If this technology goes to competitors, around 2.3 million in potential losses, right? So not subscribing, not using this technology will have, sort of large impact to Excite. Here comes the proposal, right? Work full-time exclusively for Excite for a minimum of about, sort of 7 months until August 24th. August 24th is a funny day. For anyone who's familiar with the Burning Man Festival in the Bay Area, that typically starts August 25th. This individual did not want to miss the Burning Man Festival out in the desert for fear that this consulting project would get in the way. The other continued proposal, continue consulting 1 day a week, minimum of 1 year, etc. A number of compensation options, maybe cash, maybe stock, preferred salary. Give me a salary and I will sort of be an employee of yours and give you this technology. Or you could possibly acquire a company which owns this technology. Again, this is Vinode's thought, right? To maybe start a company and then you can just acquire this company outright. Let me know what you think. Does anyone know what this company is? Close. Larry Page. This is Google. We'll talk about Sun Microsystems shortly. And that Vinod is Vinod Khosla. What we have here is Larry Page was going to give away Google PageRank for $100,000 in salary. He'd be more than happy doing so, as long as he didn't miss Burning Man. And it was Vinod, right? Vinod Khosla, the founder of Sun Microsystems, probably one of the most eminent technology companies in the pre-personal computer era, who's very, who was at Kleiner Perkins for quite some time. He was at Kleiner Perkins at this time, started as an angel investor, now runs, Khosla Ventures, one of the, most, sort of eminent, sort of deep tech, venture capital firms who intervened with Larry, provided judgment, right? Larry had great technology, right? These great technologies exist in a wide variety of different geographic areas. What he didn't have was no knowledge and capacity on how to navigate this commercialization. Vinod did. It wasn't because either Vinod was a venture capitalist himself. A lot of venture capitalists will say, this is what I need to see for me to write a check to you. And you as the entrepreneur say, well, how do I get there? And say, good luck, right? You're on your own. We don't know. We haven't done it. Vinod is unique. He was the founder of a company. He had been there before. The Bay Area has this en masse. Prior generations of individuals that have developed entrepreneurial judgment. That's what CDL is all about. We bring this together by bringing together mentors, exited founders, highly, sort of successful founders, together with, with founders that require this critical input. The reason we frame, so I'm an applied microeconomist here at Scheller as well, less on the macro side of what we heard earlier, but I think about market failure constantly. A startup requires a variety of different inputs in order to scale. They need computers, right? If they give a talk, they need microphones. They need a variety of different things. There's no market failure for that. If you need a laptop, right? If this Dell laptop breaks, one runs off and goes to Best Buy and one has a new laptop within an hour. The markets work very well for that. Judgment, on the other hand, is much more difficult. You can't go to the store and buy 1 unit of judgment. If you could, it might be bad judgment as well. This is also one of those goods that are referred to as experiential goods. You don't know how good the advice is until after the fact. And even then, you don't know whether or not it was implementation or the core of the advice that is missing. What we do is bring together mentors, a collective of mentors who have been successful entrepreneurs to help these founders. It's structured, and I'll tell you a little bit about the program really quickly. It's an objective setting program. So there's many things, again, that startups need. We don't provide many of them. We simply provide focus and objectives on what each individual venture should be focusing on over the next 8 weeks. These are very early stage companies, typically pre-revenue, typically with a founder who has just left a lab, typically with some type of technology that has emerged from within a university setting. And it involves 5 single days over a 9-month program. In the morning, we have these sort of, thought of as small group meetings where founders meet with mentors in order to sort of hash out and understand what their problems are. And the afternoon is this large room discussion, and I'll point out a few individuals that are in this room right now. That's Anush Ansari from the Ansari X Prize, which was sort of the X Prize for sort of human flight. That's Barney Pell, who ran an 85-person team at NASA and put the first artificial intelligence-driven rover on the lunar surface. That's William Tunstall-Padot, who created a company called Evie, which was sold to Amazon and became the core AI engine for Alexa. So that's the type of caliber of individuals that sit in the room. And each venture is given 10 minutes, each day of these 5 sessions. That's it, where the 3 things they should focus on are honed in on by the collective group. There's a variety of individuals at play. So as I mentioned, it's a 9-month program with 5 full-day objective settings. So it's not a residency program. People fly in from wherever they happen to be. This helps one overcome some of the limitations that many local ecosystems have, where they haven't had successfully exited founders. A number of excellent founders, Barney Pell, as I alluded to earlier, Siobhan Zillis, who's been to the office of the CEO of both Neuralink as well as Tesla, Patrick Pichette. I had to amend this. He was the board chair of Twitter up until a few weeks ago. Now the former board chair of Twitter, but he was most well known as being the former CFO of Google during the early days as well. We have Elizabeth Cayley, who created a company called Meta, which was then sold to actually the Chan Zuckerberg initiative. It was a science-based sort of search engine. William Tunstall-Padot, Sally Daub. We also have scientists in the room, and this is why we have focused on each of these sites are housed within world-class research universities where the technical expertise is particularly strong. And so just a smattering of some of the scientists, Jeff Don, who runs Tesla's battery research group, Yoshua Bengio, for anyone who's interested in sort of artificial intelligence, he won the Turing Prize in 2018. The Turing Prize, widely regarded as the Nobel Prize for computer science, and he received it for his work on deep neural nets. Raquel Urtasun was the head of Uber's advanced technology group. That's where a lot of the autonomous vehicle research work was being done. Christian Catalini, who's actually a co-author of mine, he created MIT's crypto economics lab and was one of the co-creators of Libra at Facebook. We bring in scientists here, not for the ventures. They are there in the room to help business ventures establish whether or not there is a there there. We try not to use the T word, which is Theranos, but I just did, another venture with some significant uncertainty and sort of fraudulent propositions that were attributed to its core technology. Here we have scientists from world-class research universities that help the business ventures establish whether or not there's veracity to the claims of the founders. As a result, I think one of the main reasons, and I'll sort of wrap up in around 5 minutes or so, John. One of the big hindrances that I hear from many individuals at sort of metro chambers of commerces and sort of business development sort of entities, state level across the country is that, well, if only we had more capital, all our problems would be solved. We found that simply by de-risking the underlying quality of these ventures, venture capitalists flow, right? This we somewhat heard a little bit earlier as well with Dan's discussion. Capital markets are incredibly fluid these days, and we have top venture capitalists, primarily from the Bay Area, because that is where the majority of them are headquartered, that come to these sessions. Focusing a little bit more on the global aspect, this is a very new program. It's only 10 years old. It started at the University of Toronto, again, with this observation that there was excellent science being done in one's backyard and less commercialization. It then expanded to Vancouver in 2016, 4 years later, and is now, as John mentioned as well, also expanded to Estonia. There's a new site in Berlin. I brought it here with my colleague, Peter Thompson, to the United States. We're a first sort of US site. It's also now at the University of Washington, Seattle, as well as the University of Wisconsin, Madison. And not only a variety of sites, but a variety of various streams. So one stream that I run here in Atlanta is a joint global stream on space technology, on space tech. And so this is more or less predicated on the massive drop in the cost of bringing payloads to low Earth orbit. So just as a bit of an aside from the the space shuttle program, used to cost around sort of $50,000 a pound, approximately, maybe $50,000 a kilo, like $60,000 a kilo, to send something up into low Earth orbit. This tends to be 400 kilometers or so out into the atmosphere. That has dropped to around $3,000, right? So sort of a 20-fold drop in the cost of sending payloads up has drastically changed the types of payloads that are now economically viable and economically feasible. And so we have a stream focused on space. There's a quantum stream, there's a neuroscience stream, there's a fintech stream that's run out of Oxford, a wide variety of streams that exist. And so we operate, there are 5 sites in Canada, 3 in the United States, and 4 in Europe at world-class research universities. Our program here is run out of the Scheller College of Business at Georgia Tech. I'm going to sort of focus a little bit more on the international aspect. We had applications. These are sort of founders from over 80 countries around the world. A wide variety, a number of universities, colleges, institutions that have been represented. Many founders holding advanced degrees. Not doing much better actually on sort of female founders than many other programs as well. And as one can see, most of these companies have products that are still very early stage. How do we measure success? Yes, the program has expanded, but our main metric of success is how much equity value has been created by the companies that have gone through the program. And to date, in just the short sort of 10 years, of the alumni companies that have gone through, 20 billion in equity value has been created, including a number of unicorns. Okay, and so this is sort of the very end. To sort of summarize, science is important. Science is one of the most important drivers of economic growth, and yet commercializing it is much more difficult than commercializing other types of technologies. The Creative Destruction Lab creates, the lowest barriers possible of entry to the highest performing founders focused on science-based ventures to scale these ventures into something that's massive. Thank you for your time.
Really impressive presentation, impressive program, and I've known about it for a while, and I'm always struck by what has been achieved. It's quite remarkable. $20 billion in additional value created by going through the process for the participants is impressive. Do you think this program would apply in emerging economies? I'm just curious.
Most certainly. It's this. Let me sort of flip it. Would this program be required in the Bay Area? No. Right. And this is to a certain extent why I provided this, this earlier example between sort of Larry Page and Vinod Khosla. The thesis really behind the lab is that this is what the Bay Area has in abundance. Is this judgment? With the numerous, sort of IITs that exist in India, and I can't, sort of give too much away, but the lab is always thinking about expanding, especially into emerging economies.
Okay, great. We have a very limited audience physical today, but we have a remote one. We have a very little bit of time. We have a new session coming up. Anyone in the audience physical audience, wanting to raise a question? Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Alex, excellent presentation. I have a quick question. In terms of the mentors you have are mostly, experienced, entrepreneurs and technologists and scientists and all. But what is the selection process of the companies who you bring on board?
So great question. We have around a 20% acceptance rate. So it's quite competitive. We have an entire team. And so you might think, this is actually a very capital intensive program. It's funded via philanthropy. both sort of corporate and individual. But I have a team of sort of 6 individuals, almost all of them with advanced degrees, that are able to sort of help identify these emerging these companies, that go to labs, that talk to sort of professors, that see whether or not there's anything that is emerging, and then get them to apply. So I would encourage all of you within your own networks as well, if you are familiar with founders that have something that's a little bit more sort of deep tech oriented, to apply to the Creative Destruction Lab. It is a centralized application process as well. So much as medical schools provide sort of a matching process, right, between individual preferences and skills, as well as hospital needs, we too do that. And so one applies centrally with some preferences, some revealed preferences, but we try to allocate the ventures to the site that fits their needs the most. And because it's a non-residency program, it just requires travel, for 1 day every 2 months.
Finally, last questions. I understand on the space specialization that Atlanta has been selected, but I understand that it's you're teaming up with Paris.
So HEC Paris and Toronto. I wouldn't say selected. I brought it here, and so it is both sort of it is a network, which but it is still very sort of grassroots and sort of bottom up. And so yes, we are working with with a number of individuals at ESA. That was the European Space Agency. That was the primary reason. I shouldn't say the primary, but one of the great sort of benefits that partnering with Paris provides to the stream.
Charles Eubank, who comes down from New York, but was a Georgia Tech grad, whom I knew 20 years ago.
So as a person who's raised money for a startup, I couldn't help but notice you said initially capital access is not necessarily the issue yet. All those VCs are in Silicon Valley,
Yep.
Which I admittedly raised money also from Silicon Valley. So is there any correlation to access to that in the immediate Atlanta market? I'll tell you, my experience was it was easy to find somebody who would write a $1 to $5 million check in Silicon Valley. And if they lost it, they didn't care.
Yep.
I don't know if we have that scale in this market.
Or the appetite for risk, right? So, as a secondary or so very geographically circumscribed, there's a variety of, Dan will know, sort of some of this literature as well. Monitoring matters as well, and so one wants to be proximate. That being said, Sequoia's opened a number of offices outside of, sort of off Sand Hill Road. These VCs are growing because they recognize that opportunities exist elsewhere. When I said it's not, the primary reason, I think, it's important. It's very hard to say to a founder, but there's often, a reason that you don't get funding. It's because the idea is not good or hasn't been de-risked enough. That's where, that aspect of the life cycle is where this program focuses. And we found that once that has been done, VCs will travel. Furthermore, this isn't a program solely for Atlanta Ventures. And so we have a cohort typically of 20 to 25 ventures that are incredibly high quality, as opposed to, 1 to 2, star companies, and then everything else that's sort of going on in a smaller ecosystem. And so it changes the decision calculus for VCs to come out. But yes, my secondary tertiary goal is to get local VCs more comfortable investing in deep tech. That is sort of very much my lofty goal. I think there needs to be much more deep tech rather than sort of software, investing, and more atoms, fewer bits. Is my increasing mantra. So,
All right, thank you.
Thanks for the question.
This concludes session 3, and we're now moving at 11:30 with session 4 with our remote chair, Brian Canada at the University of South Carolina.
Are we going to wait till 11:30 to start? I guess we'll wait till 11:30.
Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you waiting on something?
I thought I would wait till 11:30, and I think at least one panelist is still not signed in yet.
Okay, so Charles is here with us.
Hey, Charles.
You have to switch it on.
Well, if you want me to go ahead and get started.
Can you hear me?
happy to.
Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, please take it away.
Okay, terrific. Good morning, everyone. For those of us in America anyway, and good early evening to those of you participating from India and on the other side of the globe. My name is Brian Canada. I'm the chair of the Department of Computer Science and Mathematics at the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, which is located primarily in Bluffton, South Carolina, roughly centrally located between Charleston, South Carolina, Hilton Head Island, and Savannah, Georgia. And I'm also the chair of the Faculty Senate here. And I want to briefly mention that USCB is on the cusp of greatness in the cybersecurity world. We recently, within the last couple of years, started a cybersecurity related degree program called Information Science and Technology with a concentration in cybersecurity. And we are excited that we're going to be graduating our first batch of students from that program at the end of this current fall semester. So at our December 2022 commencement, we are positioned well to be under program review for the Department of Homeland Security's program, certification program called the Centers of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense. And that's a certification that we're currently working towards. And I'm very proud of my fellow members of my department, both full-time faculty, as well as many of our part-time faculty that have agreed to serve as adjunct instructors for our cybersecurity courses as we get up and running. So it's my pleasure to introduce our panel today. We have one person in the physical room and two people who are participating online today. I'll start by introducing the person who's in the room. This is Mr. Charles Eubanks. He is the Chief Operating Officer from Fuse Analytics, which is a pioneer in pre-configured software as a service, data warehousing and business intelligence solutions, which are primarily oriented towards human resources applications. And Charles brings over 20 years of experience in global HR and payroll, technology development, and systems implementation. His knowledge and skill specialties span data privacy, lifecycle management, HR analytics, global payroll and HR operations, SAP program management, and much, much more. So I'm going to let Charles take it away with about 10 minutes worth of his own remarks. Take it away, Charles.
Yeah, hi again. I'm Charles Eubanks from Fuse Analytics. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. I hear a lot of parallels that I struggled whether to include or exclude actually in some of the content in terms of let's say deglobalization and regionalization of enterprise resource planning and IT strategy. As previously stated, I've spent probably the last 20-ish years in enterprise IT, ducking in and out of many global and Fortune 500 companies. So I've had a good look at enterprise IT strategy from the inside, as well as, as a software vendor now from the outside looking in. So data privacy is something actually we stumbled into. I would say it was a bit of a pivot in the last several years. We did start as, I came out of the world of global sort of HR and systems implementations, outsourcing, software development. And we started as an analytics platform, but of course we were dealing with lots of personal data. And in the end, what we really found out was most of our work was spent on dealing with data privacy issues. And for us as a startup, I mentioned we went out, we raised money as part of this pivot I mentioned for just a second ago in the last session, in order to make this transition fully into a data privacy a solution. So rather than be an analytics platform, we are sort of now what I would almost refer to as a kidney for PII for enterprise IT. So we take inventories of data across databases, file structures, identify where there's personal data in the organizations, and also create retirement strategies that are enforced through some AI and policy engines that we implement for customers. So so that said, it's been a recent last 5 or 6 year transition that we've made towards that. I would say we also focus on a particular niche in that we decided to be pragmatic about trying to make this kind of change, which of course, the fact that it's a topic here obviously says that it's a huge macro and microeconomic influence, right, on not just the software industry, but even, I've heard people mention in some of the previous sessions, pharmaceuticals and China and some of these other considerations, which are, some of the countries we deal with or companies we deal with are struggling with things like clinical trials, where they cannot use Chinese citizens' data because new data privacy laws require them to get explicit agreement from individuals in that data set. So it is having, I think, real impacts on the ability to do business across different countries, different regions. I agree with some of the previous statements that it's not going to be a complete deglobalization, but I think it will be inconsistent from country to country depending on the legislation. The one thing we also have a hard time with, not a hard time with, but there is a learning curve when it comes to data privacy within enterprises. And that is to say, we at a very basic level, when we meet companies for the first time and we speak to even board level and people who would be the stakeholders and business users, there is often not a distinction between cybersecurity and data privacy. And we try to explain that, well, cyber is sort of the perimeter defenses, data privacy is what you do with the in-house stuff. And it's important if you get breached, which these days is almost a guarantee at some point, but I would equate it with, a lot of large organizations building cybersecurity Titanics. They're focused on getting the rivets in the right place all around the outside, but as I recall, the engineering of the Titanic had these sections that were designed so that if the outside was breached, that only that one section would fill up with water and therefore the Titanic wouldn't sink. However, it didn't close off the top. And so the water just spilled over from compartment to compartment and the whole thing went down. Not to pick on our home state, but that's kind of what happened with Equifax, right? There was a perimeter breach and the whole thing blew up and access was allowed to basically everything within the network. And so we often try to point out that there's a very big difference between what's cybersecurity and what is data privacy. Data privacy is almost solely the responsibility of the business users versus IT who's handling the network and perimeter security. And so this idea of whose role is it is even in question in a lot of companies that we meet with. And if you ask a typical business user, it's not uncommon to get an answer where they'll say, yep, that's all taken care of. IT does it, right? But that totally misses, of course, the point that they should be the ones locking down data within the organization to its respective silos, to its respective use cases. So that's probably the single, biggest sort of learning curve, right? That we still overcome in a sales cycle that I think is important to call out, is that we're still kind of struggling with semantics. I think in the practical world of enterprise IT, which I separate from sort of the academic strategic angle, because on the ground you just find a lot of people who get it at the high level, but translating that to some kind of a day-to-day strategy is a very big leap in many organizations. So that said, we we focused, my background again was doing global implementations, and I kind of came out of school right in the middle of the big global ERP wave, where globalization of technology was the thing, right? As a lot of you were involved, I'm sure as well at that age. So, for me, it's not a complete about face at this point, but it certainly is a something that is going back to a pendulum swing from extreme globalization back to at least some degree of regionalization, or even in the case of China, a complete nationalization. The reasons for that, we could probably talk through, hours upon hours, but ultimately, if you look at the IT industry, they've all but abandoned China at this point because of the PL. It's too much work. Facebook and I think Google and a lot of them have started to shut down operations. AWS is barely hanging in there. They're always going to be seen as number 2 to China's cloud businesses. We've talked to guys that work there and complain all the time about how much of a struggle it is to deal with that law, that the government agencies that you have to deal with. There's a lot of overhead associated with it. So I think it will have some impacts depending on what countries you're involved in. In particular, like I said, pharmaceuticals is struggling with that, where you have operations for drug development, clinical trial. It's a very difficult thing to navigate currently. So, I do have some slides I can run through just to kind of, I'll take us as a practical example of how we've sort of translated data privacy into something that, can help facilitate change within those organizations. And it might just be on the main.
Hey, Charles.
So anyway, I can start to talk through it, but we essentially, because we came out of an ERP world, there you go. We basically latched onto this problem of data growth, right? So the issue is, they have such a glut of data and systems that have accumulated over the last 10 to 15 years that it's difficult to now unwind all of that, right? Especially from a data privacy perspective. Go to I have the clicker? Am I able to?
Charles, we probably have about 2 minutes for your introductory remarks. I just want to give you a heads up.
Sure. All right. I appreciate it. I may, yeah. Oh, there you go. All right. Just a couple of quick stats on this, and then I'll turn it back over. So the first one is, most of these organizations we work with, we walk in the door day one, and this is a pretty typical, thing to see at even some of the world's biggest organizations, is they have probably 10 to 20 times, and sometimes even as much as 100 times more personal data than they require for typical business use. And that's just simply because there is no life cycle for it. It doesn't exist. They buy software, they create data, and then they park it in-house. And the worst part about it is, eventually what happens, and where we are now for most of these companies, is 80% of the data they actually hold. That is to say, data that is, part of their databases, their file shares across the enterprise, no matter what business function you're talking about. That volume is 80% data that is older than 3 years, that is no longer valid for business use. So it's a huge liability that just sits there, and it's just sort of waiting for somebody to come along. And also the issue is these are old systems and applications, and they're not being patched in a timely manner. They make easy targets once somebody's inside a network. So almost every single client we talk to has this same kind of profile. The other thing that makes it super complicated, and just taking the US as an example, is the EU has maximum data retention laws, whereas these weren't really enforced in the past until data privacy came along, and now suddenly they've started to implement it. The US actually has minimum retention laws. So there is no back end, point to say, hey, you have to delete this stuff legally. They just say you have to keep it for X number of years. That number of years is so complex across the different federal labor laws and other corporate laws that most companies are just stuck in analysis paralysis. So there's a sort of position that we do nothing about this. And so that's kind of where we come in. We are an engine to come in and index PII, show where it is, what's the volume, what type of data it is, and then also create an engine to say, okay, 7 years after this contract ended or this person left the company, we should scrape and mask or delete all of the PII that's associated with that old data. And so that's kind of where our wheelhouse is not only doing this application archiving, but specifically around data privacy, purging PII out of the organization. So I know I'm probably about out of time, but I will. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions.
Sure. Thank you so much, Charles, for that. Some eye-opening statistics there for sure. We'll be having a Q&A period towards the end of the session, probably starting around 12:05 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Our next panelist that I'd like to bring up is a very late addition to the program. For today. By the way, I believe I neglected to mention what this session was about. This is cyber security and privacy in a fast-changing world, part 2. We had a part 1, a very engaging part 1 discussion with 3 other speakers yesterday, and some of those topics may end up carrying over into the Q&A for today. But the person I'd like to introduce now is Sangam Manikayam. He is a well-known international cybersecurity specialist based in the United States with over 25 years of experience. He is a qualified security expert with leading industry certifications such as GSEC, CISSP, CISM, CCSK, and VTSP. He has also presented on diverse topics at various security forums and was invited by Interpol to speak at the International Cybersecurity Conference that was held in New Delhi, India. He is a sought-after speaker on cybersecurity and is currently on an advisory board with advisory boards with many industry certification consortiums, I should say. He is loved by seminar participants for his unique participative delivery style, and I look forward to seeing this in action. So, Mr. Manikayam, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for the introduction. I hope I'm audible, though, right? Thanks.
You're good.
So, I'm keeping a timer for 9 minutes so that we'll be under the 10-minute mark. So that, So I'm not a proponent of using slides. So I'm not going to use any slides. So I'm going to paint the picture because we are living in a post-pandemic situation where things have changed, and this is the new way of life because people started working remote work and all those things, and then we have seen that trend happening over the past 2 years, like before the pandemic, like the COVID-19, and then after the world after that. So there has been a gradual change in the way in which people actually work, collaborate with each other. So one of the key patterns what we have been seeing is that they are working out of their home, like home or hotels or wherever they are traveling, and they're trying to get connected to the corporate network and try to access information and then process information and then do their work. So they are moving out of their traditional perimeter, which is forcing the cybersecurity teams. We have the cybersecurity teams in all enterprises had this challenge of making sure that the cybersecurity has now become decentralized. Now, when I say decentralized, because they don't have a centralized based approach or centralized controls, because people are no longer working in offices, like people are working from their home, wherever they get access to internet and they get connected and then they access to that. So one of the challenges was that suddenly there was a change because for this remote access, there was a sudden change and there was an upsurge towards the number of users or the number of licenses, which was supposed to be procured by many organizations so that they could continue their work without having a major impact because people were no longer coming to their offices and then working. So this was the major challenge. So what happened was that one was a cloud-based adoption, or a cloud-based security adoption was definitely needed, because that was the need of the hour, because work or productivity should not be impacted and it should continue business as usual kind of stuff. So that was one of those main concerns which many organizations had. So people started working remote. So cybersecurity became decentralized, and all this led into different challenges, because then the cybersecurity teams were more worried, because they need to have two different perspectives. Like one was the data centric, finding out what kind of data the users are accessing, what kind of data which the users are transacting, and what kind of data was in motion. When I say in motion, like what kind of data was sent as an email attachment or a web upload, and all those things. So now this led into another concept, like user-specific information. So user-specific information, we can call it as an insider threat, because people are definitely, when they try to access it remotely and you don't have a control, you don't have a visibility about finding out what exactly was happening from that specific user perspective, where they're trying to access PCI information or PII information or anything which has to do with the regulatory standards or governance frameworks. So they didn't have any kind of a control on that. So when you don't have a control, but you need to have visibility on that. So that is when all these concepts of insider threat, people started leaving organizations when they were working remote. And we could actually see those. I don't want to bore you with the metrics or with the numbers with respect to that, but still you can definitely find out about the statistics on that. Now, all these things led into that kind of visibility which was needed, which was data centric, finding out what the users were doing from their specific machines when they are accessing information from their endpoints. The second aspect was what these users were doing apart from those data. So let's say, for example, like user has a remote worker had this access or specific PII information downloaded from the corporate OneDrive or SharePoint or Google Drive onto their local machine. And what they are trying to do, are they trying to exfiltrate that specific sensitive information onto a removable drive, or they're trying to copy it onto their personal OneDrive or personal Google Drive and then try to share it? So data exfiltration was a major concern. So that is when people started thinking seriously about what kind of security controls, what kind of data exfiltration prevention controls which can be put on top of people who are trying to work remote, because that was one of the challenges. Second thing is the cloud is a different beast, like SaaS applications for storage and collaboration with other team members was also another challenge. Like, are they sharing information which is shared with public? There has been many instances when information uploaded to Microsoft Teams or Google Drive or OneDrive has been shared with public without having any need for any security controls on top of that. There have been many instances on that. I don't want to go into the detail, but still that was also a challenge. So finding out what kind of information is already residing in cloud applications and finding out with whom it has been shared, whether it has been shared as private, whether it has been shared as public or within the organization. So that was another set of challenges. Then the last section is like people who are leaving, like insider threats, they have more access, they have more controls towards what kind of data they have access to and what all they could do with that data as well. So that is when a series of actions definitely needed to be captured to find out what this specific user was doing. So user, let's say it was a careless user trying to upload a PII information, which is a sensitive information or sensitive for that organization, to a OneDrive or Dropbox or Box and all those things. So that in itself may not be a challenge, may not be a concern, because that user may be trying to upload some information without knowing the policies, the security policies. So that was one challenge. Second challenge was that when the user is trying to do and persistent on their actions or activities, which could lead into a specific action, so that they try to upload to OneDrive, they try to upload, then they get blocked, then they try to get upload to Dropbox. It gets blocked. They are not stopping at that. They are trying to upload to any other file sharing website. So this paints a different picture than a user in a single instance of trying to upload was blocked, and they are not continuing with that. So this was also another concern, that the user does not stop there, and then the user is actually trying to download a torrent client, trying to download an FTP client like a WinSCP and all those things like that. So, and then they're trying to connect to a website and try to upload the file there. So all this sensitive information from a user perspective, this could be something which is really serious. So definitely people are also looking at whether there should be a global privacy regulation and policies, which definitely require a relook at that stage. So at this point, I will take a pause and then wind up my session saying a big thank you for inviting me to be part of this session.
Very good. Thank you so much, Sangam. You're bringing up some points that were raised during yesterday's part 1 session as well, particularly with regards to migration to the cloud, and also thinking about some of the human factors. And I'm hoping that we can get into a bit more of that in the Q&A today. So thank you very much for your remarks, and it's a pleasure to meet you, even if virtually. So our third panelist for today is Mr. Lance Hall. He's a sales engineer with PCmatic, a cybersecurity software company, and he is utilizing his decades-long experience with securing large enterprise environments. Before he joined PCmatic, Lance spent over 28 years in the public sector, managing technical teams for the state of South Carolina. He started as a technical instructor and as a help desk manager at the South Carolina Department of Transportation, then moved on to manage the end user support, network, and server teams for the South Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And he finished up his public service career as the IT director for SCETV, that's South Carolina Educational Television, which is the PBS and NPR member network for South Carolina. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Lance Hall. Take it away, Lance.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Yes, that was a good introduction. It's sort of shocking when I think about how many years I spent managing government teams. And so kind of what I want to talk about today is something that fits more in with the fast changing world aspect of the panel topic, and how the company I work for now, PCmatic, how, what we do and how we've addressed what we see as some gaps in this ever changing world. And like you say, I spent almost 30 years managing government IT teams from really big enterprise, 5,000 users down to, small, the SCETV only had 170 employees, a lot of technology in a TV station, but not a lot of people, which is, by the way, the best network to manage is fewer people, more technology. That's everyone's dream. So throughout all of those stops, one of the biggest things was federal and state compliance and regulation. I was getting, especially Department of Health and Human Services here in South Carolina, that we administer the federal Medicaid program. And so there were annual audits from the federal government to make sure we were protecting citizens' data, to make sure that our infrastructure was protected in the right way. And primarily the framework we were compared against, well, it started out, it was the NIST, National Institute of Standards of Technology. It was NIST 800.53, which I think came out in like 2005, and we would go down and have to check off everything. Luckily, there's a newer, simpler version, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. And I am going to share just one slide. Make sure I got the right one. Here we go. Yeah, we can do that. There we go. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see that. If not, then alert the host. So so basically, this is the NIST cybersecurity framework as it came out around 2018. That's when they released this. And basically, it shows 5 different layers of cybersecurity, and it covers everything from data privacy to endpoint protection, to training, to recovery, to insurance. You know, you've got the main categories, and then there's these subcategories underneath. And so this kind of becomes the roadmap for any government IT, especially with any sort of critical infrastructure like Department of Transportation. I was meeting with the South Carolina Electrical Co-ops yesterday, critical infrastructure. You know, you don't want to have gaps in your cybersecurity stack if you are protecting citizens' data, if you're keeping the lights on, if you're controlling the stoplights at intersections. Those things are very important. And so that's why this was first created. However, it can be used for almost anything, and most organizations are looking at this now. It's one of the most widely used, at least here in the US, one of the most widely used frameworks. There's similar ones in other countries. Australia has the Essential 8, which is 8 layers, but it's pretty much the same concept. Anyway, so no matter what you do when you are protecting your environment, you can use this even outside of IT. Actually, I mean, if you look at it, it breaks down pretty well. If you think about like your house, you're going to identify everyone that's allowed to come in your house. Even if they're there to repair something, they're going to have to call. You're going to have to know who they are. You're going to have to let them in the door. You're going to protect your house with locking the door so people can't come in. Maybe you have maybe you have a home security system that's going to detect someone coming in through a window or a door, a response that sends a notification to the local authorities or whatever, and then recover. If all of that fails, your recover is obviously your insurance, your homeowner's insurance. So this is basically ways to protect what you think is valuable. One of the things with IT security is prior to about 2013, what we really had as far as IT security goes on endpoint security was antivirus, and that was about it. And that was around 2013 is when we had the first big ransomware attack. And one of the reasons that the ransomware was so successful is the attacks had evolved into polymorphic viruses that would change their file hashes and change their footprints when they propagated. So a traditional standard antivirus was having to start from scratch every time. And so they were getting overwhelmed, and antivirus just wasn't enough. And so then we added backups, because it's like, all right, if we're getting attacked, then we should, do backup everything, air gap it so it's not connected to the network, so it's separate. So lots of money, lots of time, lots of investment in backups. And then around 2017 is when things started changing really fast, when the attack vectors started changing really fast. And so suddenly we heard from the FBI that there were ransomware attacks that had actually jumped air gaps and encrypted the backups. And so even the backups, you couldn't really trust anymore. We had to add more. So then there was sort of a frenzy of investment in cybersecurity around that 2017, 2018, around that time. And so, so at that point, we started seeing EDR, XDRs who, didn't only detect malicious files on the endpoint, but actually did stuff about it rather than just quarantining. We had the first serious look at patch management. And of course, the insurance came along, and also training. That was something that we didn't really do. Cybersecurity training didn't really happen before about 2017, 2018, maybe a little video here and there, and that was it. But people started getting serious about that, and multi-factor authentication. So that's kind of where we were, kind of where we are in most organizations. Not many organizations have anything in this first lock the front door, identify section of their security stack, which the NIST framework guidance that came out in 2018 actually said that this is foundational. that the better you do identify, the better you are at identifying what assets are running in your environment, then the better all the rest of this stuff works. You know, if you've got a continuous security monitoring system, if suddenly there's a rash of attacks and it gets overwhelmed and goes from 10 alerts to 10,000 alerts in one day, then that's almost like a denial of service attack on that software. It's not going to be able to keep up. However, if you have something narrowing down what all of these other products, all these other solutions have to do, if you have something that narrows that down, then it makes everything work better. And so now we're starting to see more things in the identify section, like Forescout, which it does a great job scanning networks and identifying every device that's running on your network. That's a good thing to know. And then that's where PCmatic came in, is we saw a market gap here in the identify layer. And we had started as a company in 1999, a small business startup. Our owner had been a VP at Gateway in the 90s, and then he started PCmatic when he left Gateway. And he actually lives in Myrtle Beach here in South Carolina. So we're also a regional company for those of you that are in Atlanta. What he decided, he started in 99. It was an antivirus software. Basically, you've probably seen the commercials. If you watch late night news, I don't, but if you do, you might see one of our commercials there. However, about 2015, we started looking seriously at allow listing instead of just your traditional antivirus blocking things that are on a block list, looking at allow listing. And that's kind of what our company does now, is we have a global allow list. There's about 3 million customers using PCmatic. So whenever anything unknown tries to run on any PCmatic computer endpoint, it's going to get blocked until it is authenticated by either our malware research team that works for PCmatic or by the local administrator, whoever's running that software. And I mean, that's our product, but really the most important thing is I want to emphasize that we need to start looking at asset management. So we're software asset management. Forescout does a lot with, they can do software. They do a lot of hardware asset management. You need to know what's running in your environment and where the important things are in your environment to build walls around them and protect them. And you can't do that if you start at the detect level or the detect layer of your cybersecurity framework. You really got to start with foundation. And so that's about it. And I'm looking forward to any questions that come up. I'll be happy to answer anything. And I'm going to stop sharing and hand it back over to Brian.
Very good. Thank you so much, Lance. And it's on a personal note, I think it's really cool that you did some work with SCE TV. USCB has a growing and strong partnership with SCE TV right now. Yes. One of my fellow faculty members is producing a show that just recently got picked up by PBS for national distribution, which is pretty cool.
Is that down by the river?
By the river, that's the exact one. So
cool. Yeah, I've been on that set several times. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful place down there for you.
Very good. Very good. So, well, thank you to all of our panelists for their opening remarks. For the rest of the time that we have available until about 12:20 p.m. Eastern U.S. time today, we'll open things up for questions. I see that my friend Robert V. Jones, CISSP, who is the CEO of PreSafe Technologies, has asked a question in the Q&A panel here in Zoom. He's asked, given that so many systems are integrated across a wide expanse or are systems of systems with underlying data housed and stored everywhere, what are the panel's thoughts on cybersecurity supply chain risk management?
So would you like me to start, Brian?
If you feel compelled to start, go for it.
Yeah. Right. So the supply chain is one of the things, and the risk therein is one of the things that we're real concerned about at PCmatic. It's part of my boss, our CEO, Rob's, part of what he's concentrating most on, which is why he's very interested in keeping things as regional or at least US based as possible. So like all of our development support, administration, everything is US based, and we meet twice a year in person somewhere, even though we're a remote company. And so I think that helps supply chain is, kind of keeping things local. We think about that with our food nowadays, shop and eat local. But I think if you want to mitigate supply chain issues, then you expand that to other things. And so that's one of the things we've tried to do. I don't know if that comes close to answering your question, but it'll get the ball rolling, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Charles or Sangam, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so having a proper data governance, also finding out who has what kind of access rights and why it is needed for the business process to be successful. So that is also going to be a key perspective for that as well, because opening the data, because different SaaS application, different cloud vendors will have different set of policies around the data part, like who has data access, and data classification is another key component, because data classification is also going to lead into one more security wrapper around that, because you can't protect something which you don't know the value of. So you need to have a data identification first, then data classification, and then putting the security wrapper or the security controls around that. And that is irrespective of what kind of solution or what kind of vertical it is going to be, healthcare, financial services, supply chain. It is going to be the same kind of an ideology saying that if you need access, what is the justification why you need access, and whether it's a valid justification or just wide open access into each and every aspect of a data, because that's the new mantra, because if you own the data, you own the business kind of stuff. So it is going to be a key perspective for many organizations.
Very good.
I'll add a little bit to it, but yeah, I wasn't sure initially whether that was a question about data proliferation or the interconnectedness of and dependencies of software, but it sounds like we got a little bit of both, which is good. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, in terms of at least speaking from our clients' point of view, one of the biggest problems we have is data proliferation, right? When they buy a piece of software, it almost always copies data somewhere else. And so keeping track of, not just the current systems, but again, we deal with a lot of older stuff that's not even maybe in operation anymore, that people long forgotten about. And so, yeah, data governance absolutely is one of the major challenges we see around that. I will also add, from a supply chain perspective, back to the geography point, that's a constant battle I struggle with, in particular with our marketing and sales guys, who will download the first thing they find on the internet that looks cool. And so, they'll go out and buy SaaS things for the website integration that is, made in Russia or Ukraine or somewhere that might not be so reliable and might come with some extra benefits you're not aware of. So it's definitely a challenge, I think, on both fronts, and has been for us as well in operations.
Very good, Robert. I hope they answered your question to your satisfaction. He has a follow-up remark here. I think he's asking y'all to reflect on what happened with Log4j and SolarWinds. I see that somebody's going to answer the question.
Outside my wheelhouse, but I will say, I know we struggle. One of the biggest things I know as a software vendor you struggle with, again, back to supply chain, is sometimes developers make decisions at a very day-to-day level to say, hey, I'm going to use this particular package or this software, which might be considered safe or run-of-the-mill. Ultimately, that was a patching issue, right? Just not being timely on patching, as I understand it. And unfortunately, release notes are a major problem for everybody, because as soon as they come out, it's a roadmap. And when you have something that prolific, frankly, it's almost impossible to turn on a dime. So that one is a good example. Again, I would defer to to you guys on the panel for maybe a better answer, but I do know it is a supply chain challenge.
Yes, as far as the SolarWinds, that was an attack that came from a foreign government, basically. I mean, it's never been like officially announced, but everyone pretty much knows that where that came from. And the problem is we keep doubling down on detect and respond for stopping these things, and doubling down on the patching to patch in a timely manner so it doesn't happen. But these things happen so quickly, unless you're patching immediately, you're still going to be vulnerable during that period of time between them finding out about the attack and then the security patch coming out, and then however long it takes your IT team to deploy that. So I think, again, that kind of goes back to identifying your environment and not letting things that aren't supposed to be there run. It can be a pain because you got to know every single thing running in your environment. But if you're running an oil pipeline that feeds the East Coast as gasoline, then you should know everything running in your environment, and not just put it up to let's detect if something's doing something bad. I guess I don't know if that's an answer, but that's mine.
I think it leads into a direction which I'd like to take the conversation, which is more about getting into the human factors. And I think that this ties in with what Robert is asking about building cybersecurity in upfront. And I'm grateful that we have an HR specialist here on the panel with us today, because I'd like to I'd like to ask y'all about what can we do about vetting the people that are basically in charge of maintaining personally identifiable information. And because it's if you have one gatekeeper and they're somehow compromised, either whether something happens to them or they're compromised in the sense that I don't know, they've been blackmailed into something. What can we do about what can companies do, particularly small businesses that may only be able to afford maybe one or two people who would be those gatekeepers? What can we do to better vet against, to get a better picture of like who is trustworthy? So we are getting into more of the human factors, but I think it ties in with the point that Lance was just making. Where instead of doubling down on detection and response and patching, what are some of these upstream things that we can do, particularly at the human level?
Yeah, I'm happy to kick that one off. Yeah, and I think Dr. McIntyre just mentioned something that ties in with it, which is to say that it's much more of a cultural change at that level, right? I alluded in my quick few slides that there's a big learning curve there, right, for most business stakeholders that are involved, and a lot of times they think this is not my job, right? They think cyber has got it covered, so I don't need to do anything. But GDPR has instituted, I think, a cultural change, a wave that hasn't really quite reached the U.S. It's forced companies. Unfortunately, that's what it takes. I mean, about half of our clients are private equity owned, and if you don't have a business case that is fear, uncertainty, doubt based times 10, you don't get any attention at the board level for any kind of expense like that. So GDPR, I think, has helped with the cultural change. The US still lags a long way behind. Even CCPA, which just got passed, was only passed. I don't know how much people know about it, but it was literally two private citizens that went out and with their kids got enough petition signatures to get it to a vote in California. And that was obviously a huge thing in the face of Apple, Google, Facebook. That never would have passed through the normal channels. So I do think at the business level, there is a major training and cultural change that has to be affected at every local level, if you will, the state level, the organizational level, the industrial level. And unfortunately, with that, witnessing the sort of wave of GDPR, it's going to take financial penalties, sadly. To make the change. You'll get 2 to 4% of your revenue is at risk suddenly, there's even already this risk of direct costs where I think IBM has estimated a per head direct cost remediation of around $100 to $150 per head. But a lot of times they just don't care because they don't think they're going to have to pay it. So I'll see if anybody else wants to add to that. Yeah.
Yeah, so there are, so in my view, there are two perspectives for the human factor. One is definitely having a background check or vetting process to find out who is trustworthy. But the basic rule should be like there is no 100% trustworthy concept. So we go by that kind of like there should be at least a person which should be process driven. So irrespective of whether it's person A or person B, the process should actually drive it, saying that irrespective of person A and person B, there should be having some security controls in place. Smaller organizations like 1 or 2 people team, it might be a challenge. So that is from one perspective. Second perspective is like end user education or awareness creation, prompting them to alter their behavior. If there is no prompting which is happening, let's say the user is trying to copy PII onto a removable media or trying to upload to Dropbox or one of the SaaS application storages. If they are not getting that pop-up message saying that, hey, wait, you are doing something which is not as per the security policy, approved as per the security policy, so you should not do it. So ideally, what would happen is any person who is going to read that splash screen is definitely going to alter their behavior. Only persistent users who want to have or who want to create a malicious action in exfiltrating that information out or compromising and all those things would continue with step 2, step 3, and step 4. So ideally, that should help in modifying employees or modifying end users' behavior when they encounter a specific situation in the matter of confusion, like should I do this or should I not do this? That should actually help them in altering their behavior, which is good because that is going to reduce the amount of help desk calls which a security operations team or a help desk team might get in due time.
Very, very good. So I think we will have to leave it there because our session has concluded as of 12:20. I know there were some lingering questions in the chat, but I want to take a quick moment to thank again our panelists, Sangam. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Menikayam. Okay,
yeah,
terrific.
you got it right.
Charles Eubanks from Fuse Analytics and Lance Hall from PCMatics. So thank you all very much for your time, lovely insights, and a lively discussion. And I learned a thing or two, and I hope that the students, my own students that were in attendance, learned a thing or two as well. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate your time. Thanks for being a part of this.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. We appreciate all the work we got. With this, we will break for lunch. During lunchtime, we will be playing a copy of our program book and a booklet which we have created celebrating USA India Business and Georgia Tech Global Business Forum's last 12 years. So a break for 40 minutes and we will promptly join back at 1:10.
Ready? John? John, are you joining me here or there? Okay, let's do introduction and I will hand it over to Dwight.
You do the introduction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
And then we leave the screen because they're recording. Okay, it's a case study. Jim, ready? Okay. Good afternoon, friends. On behalf of USA India Business Summit and Georgia Tech Global Business Forum, we invite you to a special session, which is titled as Equinix Session, Digital Infrastructure Trends. It is being recorded and we will have a case study. And basically, Equinix and PubWise have been working together. And we here have honor of having Mr. Dwight Ringdahl, who's CRO of PubWise. And session moderator is Ms. Melissa Cotton, Partner Account Director of Strategic Alliances, Equinix. She's joining us virtually. Melissa, you're there? Hi. Can you hear us? Melissa?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us. Good
No,
afternoon.
my pleasure. Thanks for having us.
And with me on my left-hand side is Dr. John McIntyre, who's the co-chair for Georgia Tech Global Business Forum. Would you like to say a few words about Global Forum?
Yes, we've been doing a global forum. Yeah. I can turn that on. Hello. Okay. It's a system that matches the age of the building. It's a historic building. In fact, we take great pride in calling it the Historic Academy of Medicine. So yes, we have been doing a global forum really since 1993, which is the creation date of the Center for International Business Education and Research at Georgia Tech, funded by the federal government. I joined forces with Annie back in, I don't know if it's 13 or 15 years ago. So we've been doing this particular version of the forum together. And we put together, as you can see, an impressive program. And in fact, the next speaker, Mr. Dwight Ringdahl, is indeed a testament to that, the quality of the speakers, the impact of the forum, particularly in its video form, which will be propagated and really visualized by a much larger audience than is actually physically present today. So it's a pleasure to have done that and to continue to look forward to the next year's version, having learned lessons this year, which we will incorporate in our next iteration. Annie, back to you.
Thank you, John. Now I would like Melissa to take over from here, and John and I will leave the stage.
Maybe sit closer to the center.
All right, Andy and John, thank you so much for having Equinix here today. And we're excited to be here with Dwight Ringdahl, who is from PubWise, a customer of ours. And we wanted to give Dwight a few minutes to talk about his company, how they're using Equinix data center and digital services, and how they work with multiple public cloud providers and multiple customers and partners to deliver their advertising technology. So Dwight, please go ahead and just introduce yourself, and if you can say a few words about PubWise, that would be great, and then we'll get in talking about what everybody really wants to hear.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for having me today. My name is Dwight Ringdahl. I am the Chief Revenue Officer at PubWise, which is an ad tech company that provides advertising media for in-app advertising and display advertising and CTV advertising. We're located here in Atlanta. My background, I got into IT back in the early 80s while I was in the military working on the chemical weapons software. And after Desert Storm, left and became a serial entrepreneur and have had several companies that range from companies with fiber optics and satellites in space down to software development companies. Ad tech is kind of a culmination, in my opinion, of kind of my background a little bit, and the fact that it is probably one of the most egregious users of technology, both whether it be bandwidth and traffic over the internet, or whether it be computational power and the speed to do such. Pubwise has been around for a while. We provide services to publishers primarily, which is the people that own the web pages. So if you're a website owner and you want to monetize your website through ads, would be someone that you'd be reaching out to. We also do the other side most recently now, where if you are an advertiser and you're looking to get your products out into this space, we're able to do that. Over the next 30 minutes or so, I'll kind of describe a little bit about how the platform operates and some of the technology hurdles that Equinix in particular has helped us overcome, and some of the financial benefits in going into kind of a hybrid cloud environment versus previously having owned all our own equipment and data centers and network and all that other kind of stuff. So, Melissa?
That's awesome. All right, thanks, Dwight. So if you could tell everybody a little bit about you talked a little bit about what Pubwise does and the digital advertising industry itself, but I thought it would be great for people to really kind of understand the technology behind it, right? How important is latency? Where are those bids coming from, whether it's a publisher or an advertiser, the need or the importance for scalability. And, you know, as we all tend to say, we're kind of coming out of the pandemic that was known as COVID. How did that impact you over the last 2 years, and what do you kind of see moving forward?
Okay.
I know that's a lot to throw in, but once you get started,
I'll try to remember all
you'll
of
be
those
able to hit all those questions well. Yeah.
So let me describe a little bit about the problem, because you got to understand the problem before you can find a solution to most problems. So the problem is, and I'll paint a little picture. So we're here in Atlanta. We have CNN here in Atlanta. CNN says, "Hey, Dwight, I have an ad on this person's browser, and it's a 300 by 250 ad that's up in the top right corner, and it's on a small cap finance page." They say, "Do you want to buy it?" Because they're looking for somebody to buy that ad so that they can monetize that website. So they say, "Dwight, do you want to buy it?" We say, "Okay, hold on a second. We're going to do some verification." So what we do is we verify that that person is actually a person, that it's not a bot or some computer or data center or something like that that may be trying to make money with fraud that it should not be doing. And then what we do is we clean that up, we add some data to it, we categorize it, we add some geolocation stuff to it. We look at that user to see if there's any other information we may know about that user. And think of an eBay auction. We hold an eBay auction. We put the auction up and we say, "Hey guys, anybody out there want to buy this?" And we reach out to our hundreds of buyers that we have, and it could be like Bank of America. So let's just use Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and SunTrust or Truist. They all bid and they all say, "Well, I'm willing to bid $1 for that." Bank of America says, "I'll bid, $1.25, and Truist says, "I'll bid, 75 cents." So Bank of America would win that bid at $1.01. We use what's called a Vickery auction, which is 1 cent above the second highest price. So they win that. They send us the packet of information that they want to display. We look at that packet of information to make sure that there's nothing malicious that's going to end up on the end user's computer. We make sure it's not, pornographic or, content that CNN might not want to have on their site. And then we send all of that back down to CNN. Well, we get 100 milliseconds to do all of that, and that includes the transit time. So transit time is the time it takes from the lips of CNN to our servers in New York, and our time to get back down to CNN or to the actual browser of that person. It's a lot of stuff that we do because there's a lot of fraud control. We throw away probably 40% of that traffic, believe it or not. All of that's happening in that 100 millisecond time frame. 100 milliseconds is half the time it takes you to blink your eye. We do over 8 million of those a second on systems like this. So, I mean, that's a lot of compute time. The big problem that we had, my wife and I had a company called Zenobia Digital that was about, I think we started probably 8 or 9 years ago, and we were the first exchange that did this open RTB format. We sold it off to a British company about 2.5 years into it. But back in those days, we literally had to go out and buy the hardware. We went out and met with Michael Dell and bought thousands of computers from them. We actually assembled them here in Atlanta and created a supercomputer. If any of you are very technical and remember the old Beowulf style computer systems, that was kind of the operating system that we ran that on, and made it to the top 500 supercomputer list. We were 121, which was pretty cool. Something I always wanted to do in my career. But that type of hardware and infrastructure is extremely costly, and you got to buy it up front. And that's problematic. And understand this was 8 years ago, prior to cloud computing, and the ability to really talk even cloud to cloud. And with the new model and what we're doing with Pubwise now, we utilize basically our own hardware, even though we lease it from Equinix, but it's kind of cloud hardware. We can rent it when we need it. We don't when we don't need it, which is nice for cost and growth goes. But more importantly, it's the connection to the other clouds, because not all of the providers out there that are seeking some sort of an ad or want to connect with us on a partner level use Equinix. So you have people that are on Google Cloud, you have people on Microsoft, you have people on Amazon Cloud. And what we have found, and again, my background, like I said, I owned a company that was actually an internet company. We were actually a fiber optic provider for telcos. So we, BellSouth rented thousands of miles of fiber from us, and we provided lots of internet to them. So I was very familiar with that side. So I was extremely picky in latency because, again, 100 milliseconds, if I'm with a provider that's taken 15 milliseconds of time, that's that much less time I get to think with. And the more time I get to think, the better the experience is for both the seller and the buyer on a platform like this. So what we've been able to do in the Equinix data facilities, which, by the way, I was with Equinix back when I had the other company with the satellites, but we rented cages at that time. Now what we do is we rent the computers, and instead of owning the fiber optics, Equinix has got a very, very good IP platform that we use. But it allows us to connect to Google at the speed as if it was almost inside of the same building that we were at. It allows us to connect to Amazon at the same speed, almost as if we were in there. And in ad tech, a lot of people say, who cares about ads? Ad tech is, like I said, the most compute intensive application on the planet, with the exception of weather and nuclear sciences. That it is, they're finance guys, they'll come and ask us questions. How do we do it? Because they're trying to execute trades, and the time that we're executing 8 million in a second, they're doing a couple 100,000 a second. And it's it really is a very highly tuned platform and operating system that you have to put together to make all of these things fire on all 8 cylinders. One of the things that you know, as technology has grown, which is obviously good for us, it's made it a lot easier. Back in the days, when a computer talked to another computer, we were extremely concerned with even the latency between those two computers that are in the same rack. Most of the equipment nowadays will handle fast enough communications. You know, you're kind of in picosecond times between those type of transactions, which there's a lot of in our ad tech stack. But with the platform that is built now, again, you know, our servers are up in New York. Interestingly enough, and this is something, you know, if somebody told me 8 years ago that it was something I'd be able to do, we have the ability now to have diverse data centers that are not kind of islands. So back 8 years ago, we had a data center in Amsterdam, a data center in New York City, and a data center in San Jose, California. Those kind of operated as their own little islands. You could shut any data center off and it wouldn't affect those guys. But it did affect that region that you were in because, again, you know, it takes a long time to get to Amsterdam just on the internet. So with the Equinix platform, they actually have a fiber ring that they have built between their data centers. So we are now able to have diverse equipment in diverse data centers, which is excellent when it comes to redundancy. So anybody that needs high uptime and the speed, it's now able to be done, and that's super important in our industry. You know, we're not banking. If ads don't show, nobody dies, but it's still it's a huge revenue stream that, you know, minutes down is lots of money that's gone. So most people don't understand that the internet is basically freeware. You know, you're not paying to go to most sites, and the way that the people that create the content get paid is by advertising. So as evil as most people think advertising is, shut advertising off, you kind of shut the internet off, or you're going to be paying a lot of subscription bills to different people. So that's
we definitely don't want to do that, right?
right. That's correct. You know, as far as the pandemic went, it did affect us a little bit. We saw actually an increase in traffic, but a decrease in spend on the advertising. Interestingly enough, there is an organization called the IAB here in the United States that is kind of the governing organization for advertising and stuff. And that organization has released papers, and we've known it because we've been doing it long enough, that when the economic crises come, and, you know, the issues that we're having nowadays with some, you know, inflationary issues and recessions and stuff like that, that's actually good for ad tech, because people that have businesses tend to spend more money during that time to garner the revenues that they need to stay in operation. So that's you know, like I said, it's really it's a testament to their platform that they've built, and they've built it for years and years. I know the founder personally of Equinix, Jay Adelson, who's not there anymore. He sold it off. But it is a business that has served our industry very well. Our platform actually does operate in a multi-cloud hybrid operating. We do have instances in Google. We have some instances in Amazon. Some partners.
And Dwight,
yep.
Sorry, before I didn't want you to go too far down that, because I'd love if we could spend a few minutes kind of talking about that, how you're leveraging Equinix Metal, which is our kind of infrastructure as a service offering that Equinix has. So it's hardware, essentially compute that you can scale up and scale down and run whatever you want on it. But I know that, you know, you also have part of your platform is also in Google Cloud, and then you're supporting your publishers and your advertisers that are running in different clouds. So if you could just, you know, tell the audience just a little bit about, you know, how you made this move from everything on physical to hybrid, and how that enables you to support all of your publishers and advertisers and the multi-cloud world that we all are living in today.
Okay. So we, as Melissa said, we have Equinix Metal, which is kind of the center of our platform, which tends to do a lot of the enterprise partner communications. And then we have Google Cloud, which is also used primarily for our SSP side, which is the supply side, the publishers pages, hit that platform. And the reason for that is Google offers a lot of applications that are very important to us on that side. Some of the databases and some of the storage data over there allows us to have a very robust system. The founder of Pubwise, Stephen Johnston, has a patent that was just issued that does what's known as supply path optimization. And it is very much based on the ability to have rapid access to a lot of data and making decisions literally at the browser level as to who we should be asking to buy this inventory. So you can't always go out and say, hey, 1,000 buyers, who wants to buy it? Sometimes it's better to focus in on, 5 or 10 and let that happen. And that patent operates that part of the platform and runs through the Google Cloud and some of the big data stuff that Google does well for us. What's interesting is because the pipes of internet are so big now, and Equinix is basically laid fiber, and Google's in some of the Equinix facilities. Equinix is a huge data center organization, and it allows us to literally, like I said earlier, almost act as if the equipment's in-house with us, with the other parts of the platform. And because of that, we're able to do some really, really tricky stuff, which is performing. It's Equinix Metal is nice for us because there are applications within our platform that really we can't have what I always call noisy neighbors. So in a cloud, a lot of times what will happen is you will have your computer instance set up, and if it's a small instance, you might be sharing that same computer with 12 other companies. Well, if they have, 5 o'clock at night is when everybody hits their server, then guess what? You run out of power at 5 o'clock at night. And I always call that the noisy neighbor effect. With the Metal, it literally is as if it is our equipment. We treat it that way. And it is, we don't get that noisy neighbor or anything like that, which is good. And being that we're a global company as far as traffic goes, we operate 24/7 all the way around the world with this traffic, that it's important to not have those slowdowns with that kind of stuff. Also, there are certain databases that the location to the physical equipment operate better, and because of that, having bare metal is what we call it in the industry, definitely helps us out with that as far as the speed to make all those transactions happen in 100 milliseconds.
And every time I talk to you, I just realize, how quickly time is going when I think about it all in relation to advertising. And so definitely puts a different spin on it. I know we're coming kind of close to the end, but I'd love for you to share with the audience a little bit more about, you talked about some of the improvements that you've seen, right? And how you're using the bare metal hardware to be able to scale up and scale down. But is there like numbers or details that you can share with the audience to kind of put it into perspective in terms of, the benefits, the cost savings, the business realizations that you've been able to achieve by moving into a hybrid model?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Cost savings is huge for us. The ability to, like I said, in the old model, you bought the equipment and, Michael Dell was nice enough to lease it to us for 5 years. So we, still had a big bill for thousands of computers and drives from them. But then we had to rent space from Equinix, and then we had to get bandwidth from Level 3. And all of these factors were cost buckets that kind of led to the point where that platform required 25 to 30% margin in those deals. Between that dollar and what the publisher would see, we would have to carve out about 30 cents just to kind of break even. We're currently pretty profitable now at 15%. And that actually makes a huge difference when it comes to the ability to get more business and more customers. Pubwise is growing very rapidly now, which is nice. We're seeing, 2x, not 2x, but 2-digit X increases almost on a quarterly basis as far as revenues go. So that's super important for us.
That's awesome.
Good for the Atlanta market. It's good for Equinix because we keep renting more stuff from you. Spend a lot more on bandwidth. But it's it has given us.
The business is growing.
Yeah, the business is definitely growing. It gives us the, speed is important. We're Pubwise, even though we're an ad tech company, we're really a lot of technical of the ad tech part. And, when you look at Stephen and his patents and his skill set, everything we do that optimizes that path gives him more time to do more stuff. And the more stuff that we can do, the better the experience, like I said, is for both sides. I mean, there's no sense in, this is an example I use a lot. So, you ride a bike, you need to go find a bike helmet, and you go out to Google and you say, hey, I want a bike helmet. Well, guess what? You're going to see bike helmet ads for the next month, even if you went and bought it on Amazon 2 minutes later. What we try to do is, with the extra time, it lets us start to look at a lot of these different things and optimize a lot of these things. You don't want to look at a bike helmet ad anymore. You might be interested in pedals, might be interested in, a jacket because it's getting cold or something like that. So to make the advertisers' dollars more important, we continue to add more technology. We don't get more time. I mean, it's kind of like a football game. There's only 4 quarters in the whole game, and if we're going to add, a whole nother quarter worth of thinking, there's just not time there. So by optimizing that stuff, whether it be from hardware, network, or a combination of both, like we get with Equinix, it just it greases the wheels for the innovation that's required.
That's fantastic. I always try and say that to customers when I'm talking to them, and it's so great to hear you say it as well, right? The benefits of digital transformation help the business grow, and so I think that that's wonderful. Now we're heading to the end of the half hour. I don't know what time schedules are there, but we don't want to run long. But Dwight, thank you so much. It's been great to have you share this time with us and talk about the success that you're having at Pubwise with your digital transformation.
Yep. Thank you. And obviously Georgia Tech is a very technical organization. So, when it comes to these kind of things, obviously optimization is important to the innovation that comes out of here. So.
Exactly.
Well, thank you, Dwight, and thank you, Melissa, for sharing the experience which your company Pubwise had in working with Equinix. And as discussed earlier, we will be generating a case study out of it. It will be circulated, as Dr. McIntyre said, and we have recorded the session, and edited version of that will be available to everyone. Thank you, everybody. With this, we are going to move to the next session, which is going to be the last session of the program. And I would request Dr. McIntyre to join me here.
This is titled as Session 6. This is again also Equinix session. Global trends in digital infrastructure and cybersecurity. We would have a few speakers online, which includes Mr. Vaughn Isler, who's Director of Business Development, Security and Storage with Equinix. Vaughn, are you there? Can you hear me?
Vaughn is just now connecting in, yes.
Okay, that's great. That's great. We have Dr. Sai Goodman, Regents Professor of International Affairs and Computing, the School of Cybersecurity and Privacy, SCP, with Georgia Tech. Welcome, Dr. Goodman. Thank you for joining us, sir. And Mr. JP Perez Ichgudon. Did I pronounce it correctly, JP? JP?
That's perfectly fine. I get all sort of combinations of my name and last name. It's a long one. So
It's a long one. And the
JP is
session
perfect.
moderator for this session is Mr. Rick Sibner. He is Principal and Global Chief Information Security Officer, retired from Deloitte. So with this, I would request Rick to take it away.
Very good, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be able to moderate today's session around trends in digital infrastructure and cybersecurity. And I do think that we'll probably bias towards the cybersecurity side of things, but we're certainly comfortable taking the conversation in many different directions. I know each of you has a copy of the bios from our speakers, and of course they were just very briefly introduced. So I'm going to, I think I will avoid being redundant on that fact or on that point, and really start with Mr. Isler. Vaughn, if you wouldn't mind, how about take a few minutes to give us your kind of point of view and perspective individually and for Equinix, where you work, around global trends in digital infrastructure and cybersecurity.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Rick. Appreciate everyone joining today. And as you mentioned, I work for a company called Equinix, which I'm guessing many of you haven't heard of before. We like to think of ourselves as a digital infrastructure company where we allow different companies anywhere from content and media like the Netflixes of the world to financial services companies like banks and credit card networks to locate their services within our compute and digital infrastructure platforms. And the reason for that is they get close and immediate access to ecosystems. So all of that being said, what we see in digital infrastructure and cybersecurity in particular is really around our customer base, which is clouds, networks, large enterprises, kind of thinking about how do I evolve and move into the clouds in some sort of hybrid or multi-cloud oriented architecture. And when they're thinking about that, they think about how they need to change or adjust or enhance their security posture. So what we try and talk to them about at the highest level is, as a company is moving that video content or video workload or financial services workload into the cloud, it's not like they're going to change the type of security functions they have, but where do they need to locate them? So think about things like firewalls, DDoS protection, cloud access security brokers. I mean, I could go identity management. I could go on and the different types of security capabilities that we all know and love. They're not going to replace them, but they're going to likely move them from an on-premise environment and put them adjacent to the cloud infrastructure. And that takes them a lot of thought, as they're going to need to re-architect those on-premise appliances to service-based solutions that are sitting within an Equinix environment that protects both their workloads that remain on-prem and that they've moved to the clouds. So for Equinix, and from what I see every day, the conversation is about how to adjust security controls and re-architect security controls in a more distributed fashion as workloads kind of slowly move over to the cloud. And so what I'd want the audience to take away, from a digital infrastructure, digital transformation, cloud journey perspective is to think about where you're going to locate your digital security or cybersecurity infrastructure in that transformation. So that's kind of what we think about from an Equinix perspective and a cybersecurity point of view. Thanks, Rick.
Very good. Thank you, Vaughn. Great context setting for the session. We'll have Q&A a little bit later as we get through the introductory comments. Next on our agenda, or next speaker on our agenda, is Dr. Goodman, who's there in the room. So Dr. Goodman, Sai, let me hand the baton to you for some opening comments.
Thank you. Is this working? Everybody's okay? The original digital infrastructure. Is this better? Okay, our technical guy knows how to do this, right? Is arguably in many ways the ARPANET that got started in 1969 as a Department of Defense project. The participation on the ARPANET actually grew a lot more slowly than most people think. It was largely a government and academic network. And then it had a big boost in around 1992 with the creation of the World Wide Web. And what the World Wide Web did, among other things, is bring in the commercial world to networking. And there followed an enormous and rapid explosion in users, both organizations and people. And this is where we got started on having this digital infrastructure become worldwide and have billions of people and organizations on this thing that we're now calling the internet or whatever it is. And one of the problems we had with this is that all of it was put together in such a way that very little thought was given to security. And everybody was having a good time. And the great majority of the organizations and the people on it, and we're now talking into the 1990s, were good users, were making good use of it. But access was the primary, if you like, goal of much of what was being done. To get as many people and organizations actively using this, it became the basis of the various commercial models or what have you, advertising and so on. And there's a small fraction of people and organizations that were relatively unfriendly for this, but they were all empowered because of the nature of this digital infrastructure to essentially have access to all sorts of stuff, including to most of the rest of the organizations and people on this. And the hardware and software was not designed, as I mentioned, with security in mind. And there were a tremendous number of vulnerabilities. We can define vulnerabilities as weaknesses that could be exploited. And this is where we started to have very large scale, very extensive security problems. With each new addition to this digital infrastructure, and you can think in terms of cloud computing, blockchain, extensive use of crypto, each of these additions added more functionality, value to the network, but also introduced new vulnerabilities. One of the big advances, if you'd like, or most extensive and most important increases in digital infrastructure is what we are now calling critical infrastructure. These critical infrastructures are large cyber physical networks, such as the electric power grid. There was a commission in the mid-1990s that defined 9 of these things, the transportation networks. This has been expanded to at least 22, recent DHS listing, and includes such things as the shipping container supply chain. Okay? And what these are enormous cyber physical systems, as I just described. And increasingly, all of these critical infrastructures, including such things as water and sanitation, have embedded in them computer networks. And in addition to the physical vulnerabilities these critical infrastructures have naturally, so you can think of civil aviation as having all kinds of physical vulnerabilities, but the use and embedding of these computer networks brings that set of vulnerabilities to these critical infrastructure. Okay. Now, this happens because all of this networking makes for much greater efficiencies in such things with these critical infrastructure. And operationally, all of these critical infrastructures, if you think about them, essentially operationally define modern civilization. Try to get through a day, an hour, or what have you without using them. Just look around this room as a starter. Okay. And maybe one way to define these critical infrastructures is that if something goes really wrong with them, life as we know it changes. Okay. So imagine an extensive period without electricity, okay, which is one of the common apocalyptic scenarios that are put forward as what can go wrong with the cyber part of this that affects the physical part of it. Some of these critical infrastructures, in fact, have become so embedded with cyber that the infrastructure itself sort of becomes a cyber network, with the physical aspects of it being sort of little end nodes on these networks. We won't go into that in any detail. But in terms of digital infrastructure and, if you like, cybersecurity, this is an area of tremendous vulnerability. Again, these most apocalyptic scenarios involving cybersecurity have some aspect of exploitation or damage being done or what have you to these critical infrastructure. So in the time that I have, one of the points that I want to make is that a great deal more attention needs to be given to making these critical infrastructures cyber safe and secure. Okay? This is not to say attention is not being given, but as a whole lot of examples prove, they are very vulnerable. And it's amazing that a whole lot more hasn't been done than has been done. Let me make a couple more points in the time that I have here. What we have going on in the world today is that virtually everybody, certainly in most developed or semi-developed countries, has become, people and organizations have all become more and more dependent on computer networks or the digital infrastructure, to use the title of this. This dependency, of course, makes all these people in these organizations, including everybody in this room, probably everyone in this room in two ways, both professionally and personally, at risk in the use and their dependencies on these networks. So how are we doing? Well, we probably all have a sense, and it's tough to quantify this, there's a sense that we are at greater risk and things are getting worse. It's not even clear that things aren't getting worse at an increasing rate. I mean, are we doing well enough so that the rate of increase of getting worse is actually slowing down? I suspect not, given what's being said. And I've watched over decades now all sorts of organizations coming into business, into being, national, international, NGOs, government, what have you, organization that claim, if you like, cybersecurity as one of their reasons for existing. And they're there to help us all. But when you look at most of us individually and most of the organizations in the world that have, especially small organizations in the world, that have become dependent on this, they're largely on their own. There isn't a great deal of protection for all of us in the cyber commons. And when things go wrong, and they often go badly wrong, most of these organizations and individuals are sort of at the mercy of what goes wrong. All these organizations that are out there that claim, again, at the international ITU or what have you, all of these organizations basically are not able to help individual organizations and small organizations and individuals. For example, old people, now that I'm one, I've become rather sensitive to this, but people are no longer employed and they're really at the mercy because their employer institutions that used to afford them some protection no longer do so. Okay. So I worry very much about the great majority of organizations worldwide. And those of us as individuals, again, we all have a personal life out there in cyberspace, in addition to our professional lives. And who's out there to protect us? Okay. So every so often, one just happened last week, I get a call out of desperation. Why should anybody who has problems really call me or any other academic for that matter? From a small business that has been hacked, had become really dependent on the network, we'll call it. And now they're totally dysfunctional because they've been hacked so badly that nothing works. So they call the police or the FBI or what have you. And all these people want is some information so that they can update their statistics. But when a company like this asks, who can help us get back into shape? And they get no real satisfying answer. And I think we all need to be very concerned about this, those of us who think that we are in the business of making for a safer and more secure cyberspace, to really worry about, frankly, the great masses of people around the world. The internet now comes to ground everywhere. It took a while for this to happen. We actually spent decades studying how it happened. But the internet and cellular telephony, another addition, if you'd like, to the digital infrastructure, okay, a big one that also brought enormous new vulnerabilities for all the rest of us who took great pleasure in using wireless connections to do all sorts of things, right? Here we go. So what do we do? Well, I don't know. I'm at the stage now where, frankly, I'm scared to death to do much of anything out there. And I'm cutting down on how much I do in cyberspace. And frankly, being retro makes me feel safer, and I probably am safer. But most people as individuals and particularly as small organizations just go on being happily using this, get screwed, ransomware, what have you, and really have trouble coping with it in any way, shape, or form. And it's gotten so bad with regard to social media and bullying on all these kinds of problems out there that are actually security problems, arguably. And they're getting worse, and they now affect all of us. And with that wonderful thought, I'll pass on to the next member of this panel.
Thank you, Dr. Goodman. You've now that you've scared us all a little bit. We'll look for JP Echegoyen to try to pick us up from there and have some opening comments, and then we'll do a little bit of Q&A following JP. Over to you, JP.
Thank you, Rick. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, you're good.
All right. I'll try to be positive, but it's unfortunately when we talk about cybersecurity, it typically goes all around bad news, right? Talking about the cyber threats and incidents. And I love the introduction we had from Dr. Goodman, talking about critical infrastructure and how this actually affects our lives as individuals, right? We are some of us are in the business of securing organizations, right? Making sure that companies can protect the information that they have and that they handle. But what about individuals? In the end, a lot of these issues are affecting our daily lives. So quickly, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm JP. I'm CTO and co-founder of Onapsis. You probably don't know the name Onapsis, but we basically secure business critical applications. We work with some of the largest organizations in the world to really secure their crown jewels. When you think about how do organizations operate, think about energy organizations, oil and gas, retail, pharma, regardless of the industry, they all manage their processes through applications called ERP or business critical applications. So we help them secure those applications because threat actors are going against them and are finding the weakest link to compromise those organizations. And I like the introduction that Dr. Goodman made, because he talked about critical infrastructure and how we become dependent on these services, right? Like energy, pharma, food, transportation, everything is today automated in a way that organizations and ourselves depend entirely on networks, on applications operating. But let me tell you a little bit of what we are seeing and the trends that we see in this area of cybersecurity for business applications. Also heard about cloud in the first part of this panel. Cloud is a big push for organizations to migrate their applications and really revamp their existing capabilities and functionalities in the cloud, in a completely new environment. Also, digital transformation is another big push for organizations to change what they are doing and hopefully improve. But all of these initiatives are really also introducing not only complexity, but risk, because every change that you introduce in your applications, in your business, in your digital, let's say, in your applications in general, if you don't really understand how to secure that, if you don't put security as I'm sure you all know about the shift left, SecDevOps or DevSecOps, and all those good initiatives that bring security to the very beginning of everything we do in terms of changes. Now, changing or securing all of that after the fact is way more difficult, more expensive, and in many cases it doesn't happen. So cloud, digital transformation, two big initiatives. Compliance, right? Talk about GDPR, CCPA, SOX, HIPAA, NERC, depending on the type of industry that organization is. A lot of mandates are being introduced for organizations to bring security, to to protect our information, the information of consumers, the information of people that is operating with those companies. And last but not least, we heard about cyber attacks, about exploits, about vulnerabilities as well. Cyber attackers are also targeting these. They are going against the quickest way to monetize, right? Depending on the type of threat actor, you may have some political motivation, but the vast majority of the breaches that we hear and see in the news are really behind monetization, right? Call it ransomware, call it data breach, whatever is out there that we hear in the media. Most of these are cyber threat actors trying to actually make money out of that. So a lot of ransomware in the past couple of years growing, and it keeps growing, unfortunately. So what do we do about it, right? If we think about this from a purely technical perspective or purely pragmatic perspective, all of these problems really start with foundational hygiene or foundational cybersecurity, right? So I've talked about cloud, digital transformation, compliance, cyber attackers, all of these things, all of these initiatives that are pushing, introducing risk and exposing our data and the company's organization's data. When it comes to what do we do about it, it all starts with really the basics, right? That most organizations are not very good at. And even when we talk about SMBs or organizations that do not have the huge or vast amount of resources that large corporations do have, it boils down to how do I prevent that SMB or that organization or mom and pop shop to falling into a phishing attack or a ransomware, or really it starts with basic hygiene. So in that area, I think that the CISA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency from the US, is really providing more and more efforts, has been really upping their game, especially important since the executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity that was signed, I think it was 2020. I don't remember exactly the date, but that pushed CISA and the government in general, the federal government, to up their game into how they secure their digital assets. A lot of that can also be used by SMBs, by private organizations. Now, it's important for them to know about those resources. ShieldSAP is another example of and ransomware protection, and a lot of those resources that CISA is putting out there. It's important for SMBs and for all organizations to know that there are things that can be a starting point in this. But just wanted to get some perspectives, some initial thoughts. I'm gonna pause there. I would love to get into the Q&A to get deeper into whatever area you're interested on.
Wonderful. Thank you, JP. Great introductory comments. And I will take just 2 minutes to add to everything that I've heard. So first, by way of introduction, I'm recently retired, served as the Chief Information Security Officer for Deloitte, which is one of the largest professional services consulting firms in the world. And was both the CISO for our business, that is, how do we protect our organization? And then prior to that, had been many, many years as a client service professional, serving our clients and helping them to protect their infrastructure. And I guess I use the word protect. If you think about the cybersecurity space, there's really 3 fundamental things that an organization and all of us as individuals need to do. And to JP's point, and I think to Dr. Goodman's points, we're terrible at doing all of these things, but I'm going to say what they are anyway. So fundamentally, we have to secure our infrastructure, protect the laptops, the servers, the mobile devices, put the right software in place to protect that software, and understand in doing so that while we think we are current, we've got the latest patch installed, all of those things, all of that software fundamentally is written by human beings, and there are going to be flaws in it. It doesn't matter how current we are on patches, there are still going to be vulnerabilities that exist despite our best efforts. And of course, nobody actually does their best efforts. So that's part of the hygiene comment that JP was making. The second thing we all need to do, and I think only the largest organizations are actually really any good at this, is pay attention to what's happening. We need to monitor and look at what's happening and how we're being attacked and respond to shut down those attacks. So the largest organizations in the world have the money, the budgets, the people, the skill sets to somewhat effectively monitor their environments. But as you get into the middle-sized companies and certainly small companies and individuals, all of us individually, we don't have the time or the competence to be able to monitor our environment. So it puts us at a disadvantage because we could be under attack and we don't even know it. And then the third thing that most organizations and people need to think about is, when I get attacked, how am I going to recover? Because it's going to happen. You will have some ransomware attack, or you will get shut down by something, or whatever, some random attack will occur. So how do I bounce back from that attack when it does occur? And again, if you've not thought about that and taken precautions or taken actions in advance, whether it's as an organization or as an individual, you're in trouble. Your personal laptop, for example, is not even a cyber risk. If your hard drive crashes on your laptop and you can't get your data back, you're in trouble. So you ought to take some actions like do a backup every now and then of your hard drive. And how many of us do that reliably? Very few of us. And I'll admit, I don't even do it reliably, and I know I should be doing it. So I suspect that everybody else does it poorly just because I'm maybe more educated. So in any case, secure your environment, monitor your environment, be prepared for recovering when you need to. Those are all great concepts that if we could just do those things, we would take a lot of our cyber risk away. But the challenge is just doing those things requires money, time, skills, and competency that doesn't exist in many organizations. And then to further compound the problem, as Dr. Goodman said, as the technology we all use continues to become more widespread, more pervasive, more democratized, everybody thinks that they're a software developer. They can all write an application to put on their mobile device, and yet they don't really know what they're doing, and yet they're doing it. So that becomes the challenge that we have to figure out how to protect ourselves from ourselves, which is somewhat challenging for all of us. So with those opening remarks from the four of us, the doom and gloom that we put forth, I'm going to put a question out to the panel to start us, and then of course anyone in the audience that has questions. I don't know the logistics of how to get those to our host, but if you have a question, please get it to our host, and we will get the panel exposed to the question and figure out an answer to address your questions. But let me start that process by asking each of our panelists, if you were to think about 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, where do you see the technology landscape going, the rate of change, the kinds of evolution that we should be expecting, and what are some of the cyber security implications that come from that set of changes that you would see out into the future? So Vaughn, if you're willing, let me pose that question to you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Rick. I mean, I think JP and I both mentioned, one of them. It's digital transformation, the migration or movement to the cloud. So while I think we've been talking about that for, a long period of time, I would make the suggestion that it's still relatively in its infancy overall. So I think the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to continue to see growth and momentum as, companies, organizations, content kind of moves more into cloud or hybrid multi-cloud oriented, approaches and architectures. So I would repeat kind of the first thing that I talked about and that JP kind of mentioned as well. In addition to that, I think, from a digital infrastructure perspective, we're going to see growth in bandwidth. And, that might be tied to 5G. 5G, network infrastructure from network service providers is becoming more pervasive and will continue to grow over the next few years, which, equates to more bandwidth. More bandwidth has created more data, more IoT devices, smart meters, parking meters, whatever you want to say, that are out there. And so that increases the proliferation of endpoints around the world. And I think the third thing, in a generic sense, you'll see things like AI, ML algorithms come out where we start to learn more from compute and data that's out there. And that'll then be used to, increase the momentum and advancement of technology in general. So how does all that, kind of relate to cybersecurity? I think it's directly related. So as, we move to the cloud, I think you were kind of mentioning this, Rick, in your opening statement about, visibility, monitor what you're doing. So now that doesn't, with the movement to the cloud, you got to monitor workloads in the cloud. You got to monitor data moving to and from the cloud. How are you going to do that? So I think, the security impact is very direct. Apply that to the, kind of 5G IoT trend that I mentioned. Well, now you've got millions or hundreds of millions or billions or however many devices that are sitting out there, probably not all of them secure. So how are you going to protect and secure them and monitor them, over a period of time in the kind of large scale that I've talked about? Or think about, the AI ML trend that I mentioned from a security exploit perspective. So now you have or will have all these algorithms kind of sitting out there learning and looking for security exploits and then proliferating that knowledge around. So I think, no matter what the trend is from a digital infrastructure perspective, I think we should all assume, everyone on the panel and in the audience, that those are all going to have security implications that we need to be thinking about.
Great, thank you, Vaughn. Dr. Goodman, any thoughts? 3, 5, 10 years from now, where are we in our technology journey, and what are some of the cyber security implications?
Well, we're obviously, as we just heard, and as frankly we all see around us, there are going to be great increases in our digital infrastructures, to use the title, in all sorts of ways, a number of which have just been described. Okay? So it's sort of a boom business for those of us who are in the business, either of creating more digital infrastructure or of thinking about security. There's plenty for us to do. There'll be salaries for us. What I worry about is the great majority of people and most organizations around the world. Okay, and we have also, we spent years, by the way, with an interesting project that ultimately turned out to be very disappointing. The last continent to basically get wired, if you want, actually wireless for the most part, was Africa. At the beginning of this century, there was something like, I don't recall exact statistics, but we spent a lot of time for the first 10 years or so of this century. Africa had about a 2% landline penetration across the 53 or so countries that make up Africa. There's some islands out there. How do you count Mauritius, for example? But there's roughly 53 or 54 countries out there. And they were having about a 2% landline penetration. And in very short order, and this is one of the most remarkable things with regard to technology and developing countries ever, we had by the first decade of this century, the internet and cellular telephony, sometimes together, come to ground in every one of these countries with high penetration rates. Okay? Something that's never happened with any other technology. And it wasn't a matter of World Bank funding that when the funding goes away, the progress stops and what have you. I mean, this was really well embedded. People were overcoming a lack of electricity by riding bicycles to recharge their telephones and all this sort of stuff. In some ways, this is absolutely wonderful. So we try to get into this with colleagues at Carnegie Mellon University to do something that had not been done for the rest of the world, and that is, as you get the internet and cellular telephony, why not bring security with it? Establish national certs, establish good practice, what have you. We worked on this. It's very hard for academics to do this. We tried to enlist all sorts of help, and in various ways that on their own, what have you, the ITU and something called WSIS tried to move this along. And it ultimately, the vast majority of people and organizations just went ahead doing what they want to do, have no time to really think about security, did not feel threatened because, unlike, let's say, street crime or something, it wasn't palpable. We have that in this country too. Africa was sort of interesting because it was a whole continent and we're basically starting from nothing. Over the next few years, 10 years or what have, 10 years probably the most that I have, period. What's going to happen? Well, the average person who has enough trouble just keeping up with anything. Okay? This is part of a lot of the political unhappiness in the world today, is people feeling left out or people just trying to get through, becoming increasingly dependent on this kind of stuff. And what are they going to do? The attacks get so sophisticated. Okay, I don't feel, for example, that unlike the early days of spam when everything was obvious, that I can understand the attacks being made against me and the various forms of phishing. Okay? They've become very sophisticated. I've chaired groups for the National Academy or what have you, and the people on these committees have been the best cybersecurity people in the country. And you ask them, and they'll privately say, they can't guarantee that their own machines aren't crawling with malware, regardless how much they know about scrubbing them or what have you, or their mother is absolutely hopeless in this and it just can't cope with the complexity and just tries to sort of use it the way we use our automobiles, right? And hope it'll just work. And if it doesn't work, and these analogies with other technologies like the automobile, they all break down in one way or another. But we've all gotten to the point with our automobiles that we don't know how to fix anything that goes wrong anymore. We take it in to be fixed, or we're sort of trapped by the automobile industry and we have to replace it. Well, there's going to be no analogy for that, not in the kind of time period that was just described by Rick, for the average person on this planet, or the average small organization, or maybe not such a small organization, who really don't care about security because they don't have the time and it's not part of their lives to think about security, and they've been forced by circumstances to become more and more dependent on cyber. They have almost no chance to, everybody has one of these things, right? Or two or three or whatever. Okay? And it's enough to just learn to cope with it and not think about what can go wrong through these things. So I am not terribly optimistic. I mean, I don't disagree with anything that Rick and the others on this panel have said. A lot of what Rick said is stuff that I bring up in all sorts of contexts in class and what have you. And I'm part of, what are we, the number 2 or the number 4 ranked cybersecurity program in the country here at Georgia Tech with SCP. And we got all these great students. And what sort of impact are we having on the big world? And we have all these people writing these great papers and what have you. They get awards and whatever. What are they doing that comes to scale that helps the great majority of people and organizations in the world get through this without having to think about it all the time? Okay? And I don't see any good answers to that. I also see no way that most of us can escape it. I mean, this keeps me up at night. And it's amazing. I mean, in some ways, it's a statistical thing. You hope you can get through life without being hopelessly hacked, right? Or having your children tormented or traumatized or what have you through the internet. But that happens a lot. So my answer is what I just said, which is not really, really very hopeful. But we can't ignore it. We've got to keep trying. But the solutions that have been suggested, better overall hygiene and what have you, all of these make sense unless you're on the receiving end of it. And the attacks are so sophisticated that even if you are aware of the possibilities of being hacked in various forms of phishing or whatever, or ransomware, you can't protect yourself against it. I have no delusions that either I or my wife, or what, my wife is actually better than this, although she's become more dependent on these technologies than I am, that we can escape every imaginable kind of attack. And again, they only need, I mean, we can ward off attacks all day long. All we need is one disaster. And it makes up for the millions of times we have dodged the bullet. I don't know, I've asked students and what have you this, and I won't ask this group here, have you been hacked? Do you have any idea if you've been hacked? Do you have any idea what kind of information, for example, has been collected on you by malicious actors who have so far chosen not to act on the data that they've collected on you? Or maybe you don't even know that. And one last thought on these malicious actors is that around the world, for the most part, they can be malicious actors without any fear of punishment. So why not keep trying? We used to go, for example, in our African experience, we used to go to all these African countries. We used to go to these internet cafes or what have you before everybody got their own phones and whatever. And we'd see all these people lined up at these terminals in these internet cafes. And they were largely doing one of two things, one of three things. One is sort of normal communications with people they knew. 2 is looking for a way to get out of the country they were in. And 3, to figure out how to make money or to do something bad to somebody elsewhere in the world. And it was just a matter of time before most of them, they were not stupid people, before they would succeed. And why isn't this continuing? Well, I think it is continuing. And how do you stop it? If you're totally defensive, if the perpetrators, whether they're state-sponsored or on their own or what have you, or part of organized crime, if they suffer no risk, but only perpetrate risk on the rest of us, there's something wrong here. I mean, it's really fundamental. And we set up these digital infrastructures so this is possible. We're the people who give these folks all of this digital infrastructure, partly because it does us so much good. And we're all happy with it until our turn comes to get screwed. Okay. My last happy thought on this.
Thank you, I think, Dr. Goodman. JP, I'll give you an opportunity to ask or respond to that same question. So 3, 5, 10 years from now, where do you see the technology landscape and what are some of the cyber implications of that?
All right, good. So I'll try to be quick here. I think there are a couple of areas that we have seen evolving over the past years that will continue the evolution. As it was mentioned before, cloud. People is going to the cloud, consuming more services than deploying infrastructure, right? Like applications are becoming services and people starting to consume more and more of those. So as a result of that, we see more complex, more hybrid environments, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, on-premise, all of them interconnected. So from a security perspective, that's creating a lot of risk. Complexity equals risk, right? Because you need to have people that knows or understands how to secure that. And believe me, securing an AWS account is very complex. It's not like really all of those services, all of those variations, you're talking about thousands of different things that could go wrong. The other area where I see us evolving, I haven't seen a significant improvement over the past years, but I think it's on the right direction, is zero trust, especially pushed by this presidential directive also in the federal government, but I think it's gonna also evolve into the organizations as well. That's a good trend. Is something is good to implement, and it's good if it's implemented in the right way. But again, I think it's gonna take time. Probably we're gonna be talking about this in the next 3, 5, or more years. And the other one also mentioned before, machine learning. There's no question that it's being embedded into everything and anything. Not only from a security products perspective, right? Adding the machine learning capabilities to security products and security capabilities to be able to detect more and better and faster, but also it's everywhere. So there are vulnerabilities that are popping up because we're using machine learning, right? Being able to fool a machine learning algorithm to believe that something is something that it's not, well, that's also talking about risk and vulnerability specifically applied to the machine learning algorithms. And there's a whole new area of research and vulnerabilities that is coming from that part. And last but not least, something that I don't know if it's 3, 5, 10 years. I don't know the timeline of that because it's been going for quite some time. And we haven't seen really a significant impact yet, but I think it's at some point when that happens, that's going to change the game. Is quantum computing. That once that becomes mainstream and that becomes a reality, then we will definitely need to up our game and change everything we do from cryptography perspective, from security perspective, because that's going to be a significant threat. So I try to be quick and to the point, but I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you, JP. So I'll answer my own question as well, and then we'll open for others. So I think that certainly everything that my colleagues on the panel have talked about is 100% correct. But I do think that the problems vary a little bit by the nature of who the user is, so to speak, in the world that we're talking about. So for enterprises, large companies, lots of money, they have different problems than mid-sized companies, than individuals do, et cetera. The big organizations typically have a well-established technology department, and they've got relatively good cybersecurity practices within those departments. And of course, you can always find exceptions to that statement. But they also have a lot of pressure being applied towards adopting new technologies and doing digital transformation and go to market, with partners and all of these other things that oftentimes aren't even being done by the technology department. They're being done by somebody in a business unit or somewhere out in the field. So they struggle with, how do we keep track of all of the different technology related initiatives that are underway, and how data is moving, and how we protect those servers and devices, whether they're in the data center or sitting in a cloud somewhere. So the big companies, they struggle with those kind of problems, and just the scale of their organization makes it quite difficult. The mid-sized companies and the smaller organizations, SMB type businesses, they struggle with a different problem. We've touched on it already. Fundamentally, they're trying to sell tacos or whatever it is they're trying to do. Their business is not about technology. It's about something else. But technology is a part of their business. And so it's kind of this necessary evil in the background that they largely ignore, except for when something goes wrong, in which case then it takes over their organization and in many cases puts them out of business. I mean, it can be a very detrimental, depending upon what has happened and whether it's fatal, the impacts are fatal. And then the third group, I think, is the consumer. And we've talked about how we all have cell phones, mobile devices. But if I were to think 3 to 5 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, we're going to have a proliferation of technology-based medical devices. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we all are starting to walk around with an implant in our head. So now we start to physically connect ourselves to the technology. And so if that physical connection gets somehow compromised, how do you throw it away? And how do you start over and say, I want to do a reboot? Because the implant is already in your head. And I don't think we have an idea about how we're going to handle those kind of issues, but I may be wrong on the time frame. Maybe it's more than 10 years, but I don't think it's much more than 10 years. And the medical device manufacturers, all with good intention, think that they can solve medical risks, but they will create cyber risks in the process. They already have done that with things like pacemakers and diabetes pumps and other things that have been known and shown to be hackable. So I do think that there's a consumer side of this that while there is exposure and concern about ransomware and things of that nature today, it's actually going to get much worse for the consumer. And that really speaks to Dr. Goodman's comments earlier on about not sure he wants to be around in 5 or 10 years.
I may not have a choice.
Exactly. So So in any case, I know we are getting close to the end of our time here, but I do want to pause. I will stop talking, but I'll give a 1 minute opportunity for each of our panelists if they have any closing comments that they'd care to share. At most 1 minute, just so we can stay true to the time frame. So Vaughn, any closing comments? I'm sorry, Dr. Goodman, go ahead.
Let me just, Rick and I have been saying a lot of the same things, but just point something out. What I've been talking about, for example, is how cellular telephony basically has penetrated our lives on a virtually 24/7 basis. I mean, you can be sleeping and all kinds of things can be going wrong in your life through your cell phone. Rick takes it one step further, and I think potentially really quite correctly, and that is it actually can penetrate your body. I mean, this is becoming totally ubiquitous. And it's not a matter of what you call security. Security, in a sense, has expanded as a concept. It's not a matter of who can hack in and steal your money or steal your data or what have you. Is what goes on in social media that, for example, can traumatize your children or what have you. I would argue these are security problems too. They're quite different. I mean, these security problems and the way they penetrate our lives have become, and Rick's statement about actually penetrating our bodies just takes it one step further. It is absolutely ubiquitous, the potential risk there. Now, most of us get through our normal days feeling really happy about the use of our cell phones and what have you. God only knows how many hours we put on these things. But the penetration of this risk in all of its form is something that is arguably getting more and more extensive.
Absolutely. Vaughn, any closing comments?
Yeah, I hope everybody's scared by now because every device in the world's been hacked. No, just kidding. You know, I think all of us are saying a lot of the same things, you know, in our own ways and based on our own experiences. So no matter what the trend is, whether it's cloud or, you know, IoT or mobile devices or whatever, medical systems, I think the big takeaway that I would hope the audience has here is, you know, security should become a forethought and not an afterthought at the end of the day. So instead of waiting for that, you know, compelling event to happen to you or to us, try and be as proactive as you can in building, you know, security related controls around your, you know, your technology and your infrastructure, and, you know, do the best you can around that. And I think no matter what we're all saying, that should be the takeaway, you know, that the audience should have, in my opinion.
Great, thank you, Vaughn. JP?
100% agree. I think the most important part is to be purposeful about it, right? To make sure that you want it. Being secure starts by wanting to be secure, by wanting to really dedicate the resources, the time, and the effort to do that. Now, it's different depending on the type of organization. I think a lot of that is going to come by government organizations providing resources and providing programs to help organizations be aware of the different risks and providing tools. As I mentioned, CISA, I think that's a great example. But it all starts by raising awareness, being purposeful, and understand that these things are not going anywhere, are not going away anywhere anytime soon. We need to focus on cybersecurity because if anything, it's going to get worse, not better.
I think you're absolutely right. Thank you, JP. Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Dr. Goodman. I will bring our session to a close. I know we are wrapping up the day for the overall conference, so the Dr. McIntyre and Mr. Gullidge, I believe, are going to do a closing and wrap up for the overall session. But thank you all for your time today.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Dr. Goodman, Vaughn, and JP. Very, very interesting. We're all scared now. I don't know how we're going to sleep. With this, I will request my colleague from Forward Foresight,
to join here, Mr. Slate. Friends, these kind of programs are very difficult to put together, especially in hybrid mode, which we try to do this thing. The challenge is 3 times more than what you do either in physical or virtual, but we have learned our lessons. But I want to thank all the sponsors who are listed here and also in the program books. I will name them: Georgia Tech Cyber, Global USA Business Forum, Georgia Department of Economic Development, Novelis Group, Equinix, Cantaloupe, Agile One, Tata, Forward Foresight, Georgia Pacific, University of South Carolina, Aiken, UC Beaufort, Sheth Foundation, and GMSDC, Petro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, Next Generation Manufacturing, and Connex. With this, I request Slate to give vote of thanks.
Yes, I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful event. I'd like to thank everybody who participated both in person and online. Yesterday, Chairman Alfred John from our commission spoke about the vibrancy of Forsyth County, the wonderful workforce that we have there, the pro-business attitude. And I wanted to invite everybody here and online to consider coming, and we would welcome you to come to Forsyth County to see that for yourself. We look forward to future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Slate. We wish you all of you a good evening, and please stay in touch for our future edition of the program. Thank you.